Primeramente y sobre todo, quiero pedirle perdón que yo no soy Oscar. All right. Yeah, so today will be Steven. Let me jump on over and get my proper window started. Here we go. All right.
Dad,
Cool.
There's something I want to show you.
Head on out, bud. Okay. Right now is not the right time.
But I can fix my listing.
Okay, try not to bust that window again. Okay. Okay. So, one of the things that's kind of been irritating to me, I've tried to get it fixed, is the what's it called? The restream chat. I haven't been able to get it to work. And it's been kind of irritating to me that it's it's like it decided it just didn't want to work today. So I don't know if it's a problem with if it's a problem with chat app download for Windows. Just gonna come over here. I'm going to like clean out the old one because this is not working. Do you want to uninstall Restream? Yes. And I just got to make sure that it's cleaned out and ready for the new install. So yeah, it should hopefully be good. I'm also going to go ahead and try to clear out some space. Like, check this out. So my my C drive, I have 3 gigabytes left of space. I don't have a very big storage drive on this computer, so I have an extra, few terabytes of storage and an extra drive outside of that. But yeah, it's just kind of the reality of everything. Okay, looks like Restream chat is opening up. But I've got to log out because it's logged into my account, and that's not going to fly. Une seconde. Oops. Copy that. All right. Oh, I hate this. I hate when they go through and make you do little captcha images. It's like I'm I'm logging in. Don't make it more stressful than it has to be. Ahí estamos. Okay, and then with the Dropbox, I want to make sure that I'm changing my sync settings so that I can get rid of a couple of folders that are just extra that I don't need. Let me see. I can get rid of that. Yeah, in fact, I'll show you kind of like what it is that I'm getting rid of right now. Giant step. I mean, this is the rock balloon that I did for the Thanksgiving Day parade. that. I can turn that off. Cybo, I don't even remember what that is. That's so sad. I'm so sorry. Can't remember some of these names off the top of my head. I can turn off DreamWorks. And then what's in the archive that I have still on my computer? Let's just turn off archive. Say update. And then hopefully that'll free up some decent space on the computer itself. We'll have to see. But yeah, it'll be a little while. Okay, so cool. Okay, so the thing that I will be working on today, the thing that we started doing as the correcto. Yeah, no, this is not Oscar Trejo. I'm almost as cool though. I'm almost as cool. Oscar's one cool dude. But we will be doing creatures. So that'll be fun. So if you're interested in seeing kind of my creature workflow, feel free to stick around. I'll be around for about 3 hours or so. Yeah, it should be really cool. So what I want to do, I'm going to come in. Let's just load tools from project. I want to get that planar head. Ahí estamos. Yeah, no. So my internet is terrible. Sometimes it'll just totally drop off the face of the planet, and it's stupid. Anyway, so yeah, that was the fun of everything that I was trying to. Someday internet will be amazing, and it'll be just easy. A ver. Yeah, so if anybody here needs to be able to speak Spanish, I do speak Spanish. Para los que hablan español, yo sí hablo el español, así que si me tienen preguntas o que sea, dígame. Hey Spicer. I'm trying to get into this first thing, and it's like I'm already 15 minutes in and I'm already experiencing problems. It's just like, good grief. Good freaking grief. We don't need any of that. Let's see. ZBrush. I'm trying to get to ZProjects. And then head planes, and then we'll go head plane male. Well, let's go 256. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So what I want to start off with, I'm just starting off with this planar head. It's not really like a big deal anything. It's just it's just something to be able to get started on. I did load in my spotlight and I forgot to turn off samples, so let's go ahead and do that. That'll be better. Okay. Let's get started. Now that I've got, something that I can actually get started on. Good night. All right, so I'm just going to start by kind of working out some of these planes, or at least some of the edges. It has some harsh transitions, and I don't really like that. So Sam Worthington wouldn't have these problems. Yeah, that's probably true. But he'd also have like big blue people like hovering over his shoulders, so Okay, I'm gonna let's get rid of that nose. I don't need it right now. And actually I don't need these ears right now either, so we'll just kind of trim them out. Alright, kind of work out some of these planes. Yeah. Sweet. Alright. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of pushing and pulling at the beginning. And that's kind of just the way that it's meant to be. When you're going through and starting something, you want to just make sure that stuff is... I'm Steven Anderson. You can see at the bottom of the screen, it'll say my name. It says Steven Anderson, SMAARTIST. You can find me on any social media platform under SMAARTIST. Um, Thanks. Yeah, it's a fun concept. I sketched it out the other day, and yeah, in preparation for this today, and I'm pretty excited about it. You know, I don't get into macabre creatures or anything like that very often, and so it's just kind of a neat little change of pace. My background is with Disney, DreamWorks, animation sort of stuff. You know, very very clean, very stylized. I teach stylized character creation at Noman. Um, and so like that's kind of my jam. That's where I live. So um, yeah, let's go ahead and get this worked in. So yeah, this is a good change of pace for me. It's been a while since I've done a creature, and so it'll just be good. It'll be good. I'm just kind of trying to get some of the main ideas kind of blocked in here real quick, and then I'll get into some real sculpting. I'll probably, once I get this kind of lined up a bit, I'll start working on lining it up with the concept, so I can make sure that I have my proportions and main shapes about right, um, and then we'll get into some real sculpting. Oh, this is real sculpting. It's just, different sculpting. Oops, what did I grab? That's not the right brush. Okay, so here's what we gotta do. Let's kind of pull this in. Let's get clay buildup. I like to use clay buildup when I'm working on this sort of deal. So yeah, part of what the stream team has started doing with Pixologic is doing Krampus, and so I went through and my natural tendency with a new project is to kind of over research it. But I really love trying to really figure out what the essence of the idea is, rather than just diving into stereotypical type looks or feel, or things like that. So like for instance, for the sculpt off this year for the steampunk stuff, I went through and I researched steampunk and really kind of what the essence of steampunk is, and I loved like the Belle Epoque sort of era and how cool it is. Yeah, actually, I always use the default UI. It makes it a lot easier when I'm teaching people. I don't have to worry about saying, yeah, I have this button over here, but you might find it under this. It saves a bunch of time, and it saves a bunch of whatever. Just keeping it vanilla. And it's like if I go to somebody else's computer, I mean, granted, a lot of people will use their own custom UI, but if somebody comes to my computer, they at least know that it's default, so they can know where to find things instead of having to look for things. Yeah, I usually recommend to my students to use the default, and maybe like customize it a little bit just to be able to sort of get like the absolute essentials for what they use out in the open. But yeah, like I that's what I recommend to my students. Okay. Just makes it easier so that if your supervisor comes over, they don't have to worry about searching for yeah, let me see. So this is going to get kind of thin up here, and it's going to get kind of change thickness through here, so it gets like a little bit narrower here, a little bit wider down here. The image, I actually went through and kind of reversed it from the way that I had originally sketched it. It's actually it's flipped horizontally, just for the sake of being able to fit into a different space. Just because that's where I like to keep my reference. Okay, let's kind of start building up where the horns will come out. And just kind of simplify that shape here a little bit. Clean up that form some. There we go. That's a little bit better. And there'll be a lot of like tweaking for shape and whatnot that we have to do, especially like trying to get that that nice flat top here, and then like the way that this this angle just really kind of curves around really nice and tight. So what I'm going to do, I am going to actually let's do it like this. I'm going to grab. I have two spotlights that I made for this. Oh, cancel that. Texture, load spotlight. There we go. Krampus. There we go. Open that up. Okay. Yeah, I definitely will not be animating it, but I will likely. I might go through and 3D print it. This will be a fun one to print. So yeah, I might do that. Okay, so I'm seeing already that I've got like a lot of proportion and shape issues. So it's a good thing that we're doing this. I'm going to go ahead and turn on timeline and say show, put a click right there so we can see where our model needs to be. Go movie, save that timeline. We'll say Krampus underscore views. And let's go ahead and we'll turn the opacity down quite a bit. Okay. Yeah. I mean, in going through and kind of prepping this for 3D print, I definitely won't be prepping it for 3D print today. Unless I were to sorry about that. Unless I were to do that on my own stream after this one. Daisuke will actually be on here later after I'm done. I think at 1:30 Pacific time is when Daisuke is set up to stream, so be sure to tune in for that. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, so this is just me having fun today. Haven't done creatures in such a long time, so this is exciting to me. Okay, kind of pull that down a little bit, pull this up. Okay, I want to mask out the face part. There you go, mask that out. Okay, so you can see the way that it's starting to look, and that's kind of cool. I mean, we'll work out some of the forms and things like that here in a minute. But yeah, actually, so for reference, I actually work with both. Right now, I'm not, but yeah, I do have my spotlight on the screen pretty much the whole time. It's really helpful. Neon Red Tokyo. Mine looks like an airplane cockpit. Oh my goodness. Is that what you're making? Is an airplane cockpit? Yeah. No. But yeah, and it's just kind of a great way for me personally to be able to keep track of my concept, make sure that things are working out the way that I enjoy. That I'm getting that I can match up proportions exactly, and then if I want to, be able to change it up as I want to and have that image there as just as reference. But a big reason why I like to use the spotlight is because if I'm doing, oh, your UI looks like a cockpit. That's kind of cool. Pardon me. I'm out of losange. Oh well. I might have to grab couple of cough drops here in a minute, but we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and grab my smooth stronger. That's just kind of a ver, brush, smooth, stronger. Skip until next restart. Let's come on, close up, close it up. All right, that's better. Okay, so here is kind of the start of our creature. Okay, so you can see already. I mean, I've got it. I have these extra lines in here. You can see these lines kind of coming down through the neck. That's where the actual like body of the neck is supposed to be at, and then everything else down here is just kind of like the hair kind of flowing off. So yeah, that's going to be, yeah, that's something to just kind of keep in mind. Not really something that I am going to care so much to have like the body and then the hair. It's going to be español si quieres. Yo te entiendo, así que si tienes algo que decir o algo que preguntar, pues manda. Oh, chuta. Yeah, I learned Spanish in Chile, and so, you know, if anybody has anything that they want to be able to ask or say or whatever in Spanish, I understand you. Okay, so this, let's go ahead and kind of trim this up a little bit. ¿Cómo cree que va a solucionar la industria de...? Oh, yo creo que no se va... ¡Hola, chileno! Chi, 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 le. Chuta, 2 de Chile. Somos 3 de Chile, entonces. Este flight viene de Concepción, pues. Yeah, I love Chile. If anybody were to ever ask like what my favorite Latinoamericano country is, obviously Chile. Like, there's no dispute. My in-laws come from Nicaragua, and so, you know, I love Nicaragua for that, you know. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have my wife. but yeah, nothing can replace Chile for me. Of course, I lived there in a way that I didn't have to really worry so much about governmental issues as much. I mean, because I was there as a U.S. citizen. I was there really for just religious reasons, to be able to, you know, teach about Jesus Christ and things like that. So I don't know so much about what it's like to live there as a citizen, but I still have to deal with things like having my visa and going to the doctor and things like that. So, you know, yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, I'd love to go back. My wife has no interest in going to Latin America. So, you know, it's probably not something that we'll actually end up doing at any point, but whatever. ¿Qué fue lo que te llevó a estar un tiempo en Chile? Yo andaba de misionero ahí en Chile. Estuve ahí 2 años y pues anduve por el lado de Concepción, de Concepción hasta Temuco. De la 8ª, 9ª región. Sí, yo amo Chile. En mi tiempo era colocolino. Ojalá eso no, ojalá que eso no te caiga mal. All right. Yeah. So in Chile, there are two main football teams, main soccer teams. One is Colo Colo, which is like the eterno campeón. You know, that's just it's Colo Colo. You can't go against Colo Colo. But then the other one is La U de Chile. And I had a lot of friends that were there was always kind of like that rivalry of La U versus Colo Colo. And it was so funny. It was so funny to hear people, and some of my friends would go through and they'd be kind of like these double crosser type people where it's like they'd play to whoever they're talking to. It's like if the town where they were in was mostly La U, then they would be from La U. But if the town was mostly Colocolinos, they would be all Colo Colo. It just all Colo Colo all the time. It just depends on who they're talking to. For me, it was funny. So for me, I was Colo Colo for a long time, and then I went down to Temuco and learned about Villa Cero, and yeah, Colo Colo es Chile. Yeah, one of my, but yeah, so Villa Cero. I decided nobody cheers for Villa Cero. So I was like, you know what? I am going to be Villa Cero now. That's just gonna be my team. How you doing, Mike? Sorry if you're disappointed getting on here and hoping to see Oscar. Kind of block in where those ears are going to go. And I'll have the ears as like a separate subtool. Oh, I don't know if I'll retopo him. Probably not in this session. Because that would be super cool. And that'd be a great... this would be a great model to retopo. It'd be a little bit of a challenge. But you can't keep your eyes open. Holy crap, you've been like running like multiple days on no sleep or something? What's the deal? Let's turn this back up so we can get some good. Maybe I need to like turn on some serious 80s tunes and like Spicer, keep everybody awake. No, I don't want to get I don't want the audio to get blanked out in YouTube. It's like with music, you got to be like super careful when you're streaming because it's like it might work all right for the stream itself, but then when it comes to doing the video on demand, it's like people will go back and if you want to go back and kind of re-listen to it, sometimes it'll especially on YouTube, and I think Twitch is starting to do this too, where they get rid of your music. And if you have audio right there too, like actual dialogue and speaking, that's you're just kind of sore out of luck, Okay. Well, this is starting to come along. This is going to be cool. Let's kind of start to, I'm trying to fix a couple of forms in here. One of the things that I'll do pretty regularly is I'll just kind of come through with my clay buildup and kind of build it up and then smooth it down, build it up, smooth it down sort of thing until it feels about right. I'll have to go in and actually maybe look at some some anatomy for the back of like a goat neck, just to be able to see kind of what it is that happens. And then some of this anatomy in here will probably end up being kind of mostly humanoid. I mean, it's still kind of coming in and creating a bit more of that sense of animal and whatnot, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, let's go ahead and turn on an alpha. Let's get one of these. There we go, that's better. But yeah. Why don't we have more streams for hard surface stuff? That's a good question. It's a very valid question. I do a lot of hard surface stuff. It's just that right now I'm kind of more in the mood for. In fact, a lot of the stuff that I personally actually go through and do is based around an actual project, and so it's all about taking. It's all about taking things, you know, hard surface things, characters, props, environments, and kind of making it all work, you know, and making all the different little parts of the project. So, yeah, I mean, if that's something that you're interested in, I do try to get in and do hard surface things occasionally. In fact, I've been working on designing an ice cream truck that I'll probably go ahead and model on stream next month. Since it'll be the cold months, might as well do something kind of cold. The cold months. I grew up in the snow, so. Let me see. He looks like he should have deformed. Yeah, that's an inappropriate comment there. Just so that you're aware, Neon Red. Not really my flavor either. It's not really something that I would probably get into. Hard surface characters. So you're talking about like, are you talking about like more like Furio Tedeschi sort of flavor, or are you talking about like well, yeah, I mean, I guess that kind of works. Modeling sound wave, huh? Oh my goodness. Mechs and robots, yeah. Yeah, those are fun. I do have one actually that I'll be going through and doing. That's kind of more mech and robot-y. I mean, he's meant to be more of a toy. Let's see if I can find him, because I do have a sketch. Here we go. So kind of hard to see, but yeah, I'll be going through and building him out in the stream. Let me see, which way do I need to go to get the other one? That's one that I'll be taking through the stream probably sometime soon. Yeah, hard surface dudes. I mean, I get pretty ranged. I don't stick to really one particular thing for too long. But yeah, I mean, I've liked the last couple of months where, as the stream team, we've tried to kind of get in and do some sort of like group collaboration or theme, and you know, so it's just kind of an opportunity for me to break away from what I usually do, from more stylized characters and props and environments. To do something that's a little bit, you know, super different, you know, to do something that's more of a creature, more of a, yeah, just something different, you know. But yeah, I mean the and ZBrush, Pixologic is always kind of dragging out new artists, new streamers and whatnot. So I mean, if you're interested in that sort of content, I mean, I can bring that up with the team, and you know, maybe that'll just be something that'll be brought to the foremind of people who do that all the time and would like to go back to maybe trying it with the stream. So you know, I don't know. It could be an interesting thing, and then it'll be something that Pixologic can be on the look for with you know, future people that they bring on for streaming, to see if they can get some more hard surface type stuff. Yeah, they're hold on one second. I'm gonna go grab a cough drop. I'll be right back. All right. Got my water, got my cough drops. I think we're good. me see if I can. Yeah, definitely looks like he'd be a really cool, gritty, dirty character. Yeah, for sure. That's kind of the intent, is to make him feel kind of grungy and everything. Yeah, for sure. Oh, hi, Quentin. Sorry, I went down and kind of tried to. Well, I needed to get some water, but then I also tried to help my daughter with her math because she was a little bit stressed. That's just kind of how it is. Just gonna drag this out. Just make it really simple base for the ears. I'm actually going to make the ears something separate for right now. Split unmasked points. We'll come in here. We'll say ears. Let's go ahead and save the file. Krampus 01. Alright, so for this, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take this, let's say, here, let's do this. Okay, invert that. Just kind of inflate that out a little bit. Okay, they're really, really thick for right now. But what I'm trying to get is just get the shape kind of in there. And then we'll work on getting it to kind of taper in more. Something like that for right now. Let's go ahead and we'll compare with the it's a little off. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this and I'm just going to pull this out. Just kind of push and pull, try to match this up a little bit. You look so stupid like that. Oh, let me see. I'll have to figure out. I think the ears might be a little bit too big like this. Hey, buddy, I'm working right now. Okay, What's wrong?
When I was sleeping on the ground, I heard something wiggle, and then it fell on top of me.
Oh my goodness. How about you go play in your room? You pulled down the curtain.
What did it?
Yeah. Try not to play with that, okay, bud? Let me see. Delete your previous comments. Nah. Oh, there are a lot of things in here. Oh my goodness, I didn't see. Some pagan necklaces. No, actually, so Krampus. One of the things that I've read about him is that he has like these like bells and chains. He almost seems more like a pet. Pet that got away. So yeah, there'll probably be some chains, some rope. It's got a little bit too much bend in the bottom, so I'm just going to try to straighten this out some. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, so that's kind of some of the idea that I'll be going through and kind of playing with. I definitely want it to feel grungy and feel Still super stylized, as I mean, obviously I'm not sticking to anything that feels super realistic, but yeah, I mean from my yeah, it's Krampus. So this is part of the ZBrush stream team Krampus movement, I guess. Okay, I need to add in some eyes. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say Control Shift D, just to make sure that I can have the head. Yeah, the horns definitely need to go in there. Oh, they look like nostrils to you? That's really funny. Yeah, let me add in some ears. I mean some eyes rather. Maybe what I'll do is I'll only add in the one eye. Since I'll only be working on the one side, really, you know? Okay, I gotta try to figure out kind of what feels good so far as positioning. Let's do something like that for right now, I think. And in fact, what we could do, actually, I don't have Modelon's materials loaded in. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's go ahead and pull. You won Spicer's course yesterday, dude. That is stellar. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. I actually wanted to talk to you, so we'll have to chat later. I was coming in. I was looking for, and I forgot. Shoot. What was it? So the fur will all be sculpted. I mean, it's not really something that's going to be tremendously anything else. That's what I was looking for, the eye material. Let's go to ZBrush library before I forget. Must-haves, materials. There we go. Control copy. I'll go into Pixologic over here to the stuff. And I'm trying to remember Z data, materials, startup, control paste. All right. So there we go. So now I should be able to come over here. I can't remember if I have to restart or if I get them in here just by looks like I'm gonna have to actually go through in here and say, let's say load, and we will say, oh shoot, Pixologic, go back into that folder, Z data, materials, startup, MR eyeball. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and take this and we'll apply it to the eye. I'm going to give it kind of a darker color, I think. MRGB, intensity, sweet. We'll say color, fill object. Okay, so now there's kind of what our eye is starting to look like. Now, okay, so something really cool that that Mike Pavlovich actually taught me yesterday is that you can go through and you can hit C to be able to kind of select the color that you see on the screen, the color that's the color of the model, or you can go Alt, click, and drag. Oh, isn't that what he said? Alt C. Shoot, what did he? How did he say it was? I think it's so it's Control, click, and drag. It looks like. So you can hit C here, C here, C here. Okay, so no, it's not working. Never mind. I don't know actually. Maybe he forgot a button or something. Never mind. I'll just I'll just stop worrying about that. Okay, let's just keep going through. I actually want to go ahead and give this a little bit of white. It is not wanting to do. There we go. It wasn't wanting to let me do any of my pressure sensitivity. That's like, good grief, come on. When I run into that issue, the thing that I like to do is I'll just go ahead and I'll switch to a different program and then switch back. Yeah, so what that was supposed to do, from what I was understanding, was like it was supposed to pick the color that you see on the screen rather than the color of the model. So because like if you look at this without the color, this is the color that you're color picking. You see it's getting progressively darker because it's not the thing that we have selected, right? So if I come down here and select this, you can see like it's raise this up to red. Okay, so if I hit C on this all day long, it's going to stay that same red. But if I hit this red, it's going to help me to darken my red some. It's kind of an interesting thing. Yeah, let's go back to our startup material. So there was something that Mike had told me about, and I swear it was just hitting the what's it called, the control. Sounds like some workers got here. So the landlord has been going through and doing all sorts of stuff to the property that really don't need to be done. But whatever. Whatever. I mean, they're going through today and Monday and replacing some gutters or something like that, or cleaning the gutters or something. Okay. Starting to get something a little bit more cooler in here. Still trying to decide on like the design for that nose. I think I want something to be kind of like goat-like, but it's kind of interesting, Just trying to figure out exactly what direction I want to take it in. Okay, I think I want to start blocking in like gums and teeth. Just because I feel like that's such a big part of this character for me. And I'll probably block in the tongue at some point too. So I'll just kind of put in the spot where the tongue goes. Now, one of the things I'm trying to debate is whether or not to include some sort of upper lip, like a cleft lip, kind of like how goats would have. So you're giving it like a little bit of a split here in the middle, which I think could be cool, especially since Krampus is supposed to be this this goat-headed demon of the Yuletide. Let's kind of smooth that out some. Oh, so you start by dragging, and then you hold Alt? Oh, oh, you're so smart. That's great. Okay, that's good to know. I knew that Michael Pavlovich would not lead me astray. And it's funny because it's like it was something that I had it was something that a friend of mine had asked me about because he had he was having issues on a project he was working on. And I mean, it's something that he couldn't show me what it was because it's something under NDA, but I mean, he told me what was going on and that he was having troubles with his color picker and all that garbage. And yeah, anyway, so that's kind of interesting. You're Michael Incognito. That's funny. Where's Cognito? Okay, let's do something like that. That's starting to feel kind of cool. Okay, yeah, let's get these teeth in here. Let's go IMM. I'm going to my IMM and Primitives brush. This is the best IMM Primitives brush. I made it myself. It's awesome. I hate the one that comes by default with ZBrush. It's not as helpful. It's just the shapes aren't as nice in my opinion. But whatever. Let's say accept. I'm pretty sure I actually gave it as a giveaway. Oh, I kind of like the warping there. I'm going to keep that. But yeah, I think I have it as one of the things that I gave away as part of my monthly brush downloads on Patreon. I'm pretty sure because this is an insanely helpful brush. So hopefully I've made this one available. If not, then anybody out there from my Patreon needs to kind of chime in and let me know so that I can fix that. Yeah, let me see. Let's kind of pull these down a little bit. Okay, and then we'll split unmasked. Let's go ahead and put these all the way down to the bottom, I guess. Rename to teeth, because that's how we do. Oh, good. Oh, good. Yeah, I love this brush, and it's so simple, but it is insanely helpful. Like I cannot even begin to say how much I suffered without it, you know. so it's a good brush. Okay, I'm going to duplicate that particular tooth out. Let's flip it around, pull it to the other side. And we'll kind of pull it up some. Now, one of the things I'm trying to look for is this shape where it's like it's kind of a little bit heavier on the top than it is on the bottom. So I've got like this cool like straight back here and then this curve over here to kind of give it a little bit of that shape right there. Yeah, so pick color and Alt. So you start clicking and dragging from here, and then you hold Alt. Oh, it's even taking into account my my spotlight. That is insane. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's turn the opacity all the way up. So if we had the opacity all the way up, and we start clicking and dragging, wow, that makes life so much easier. So yeah, I can go through and I can pick from any of the shaded colors on my model, which is great, which is not something that you could do before. So if I had red wax, if Mortar Kaner's around, he'd be super proud right now. Yeah, red wax. If I had any, so let me show you. Like red wax, I can go ahead, if I click and drag, it's going to give me the default like gray color that I have it filled in with. But if I'm still holding on to that color picking and I hold Alt, now it's giving me all the different reds that it's got in the model. So that's a game changer. That's a game changer. Holy crap. Go back to startup material because we don't need any red wax. I don't. If Mortar Kaner's around, he's probably like, I thought you were a changed man. Okay, let's kind of pull this. Okay. So now the teeth. Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a little bit loud, which is irritating, but whatever. Let's go ahead and kind of push that forward a little bit. I think that shape is helping to feel a little bit more aggressive, which is great. So one of the things that you want to think about, one of the things that's really kind of cool about different, granted this is fish, not Krampus, but like a barracuda or a lot of other types of fish will have teeth, but instead of like pointing straight down, they kind of like angle in toward the inside of the mouth, so that when they reach out and they bite, it's like whatever their prey is can't just slip out. It's actually kind of just like if it pulls in or tries to pull out, it's essentially like a little bit more hooked. It's a little bit more snared, and so more ensnared, I should say. And so I want to try to give that sort of thought with these teeth, these other with the Krampus teeth, because that's what's going to help make those teeth feel more aggressive, is that it feels like anytime he bites on something, that thing's not getting away, you know? Let's see. Yeah, okay, cool. So I've tried my best to fix the fan issues. Before, the fans were crazy. And so I think I've gotten it so that it's not as crazy. So hopefully that's the case. Oh, and as soon as I say that, the fans start kicking in. That's funny. Let me see. Yeah, let me come over here. Let's turn our opacity back down. I'm just gonna work on kind of refining some of the forms and shapes in here, kind of pushing the proportions more into what it is that I was intending. Some of this can be fixed too. What do we have over here? Okay, so this is the line for that beard, so I want to bring this down some. I'm always trying to compare for my original intent. If my intent changes throughout, especially if it's something that I designed myself, then that's up to me, right? But if it's something that it isn't matching up and I'm not picking up on it by by just looking at it, then comparing it is a great way to be able to make sure that I can kind of realign my expectations, my intent. Yeah, just makes things a lot nicer. Let's go ahead and remesh. rid of some of this. What's nice about hairy bits on a character is that you can be kind of rough with it, especially when it's like mangly, grungy hair, like it would be with this character. Yeah, you can be a little bit rough with it, and I'll go in here before too long and start taking the beard out of symmetry. I'll probably do it once I start pulling out this this hair here in the top. Let's pull out our snake hook. Just kind of start pulling this off a little bit. I got a little bit mushy. Okay, something like that for now. And it's like one of the things that we can do. Yeah, I went through and I kind of built that out in symmetry, but now I can take it and I can really start to push and pull it. Let's kind of pull it off to one side, maybe. Yeah, something like that. So then I can go through. What I like to do when I'm sculpting hair is I like to start off from one end, and I like to kind of pull it around to the other side. Okay. So then right in here, I'll kind of use my alternative function with the clay buildup. And I will, just holding Alt, just kind of push in right there, push in along the top, and kind of getting a little bit more of that variation in thickness in these bits in here. Okay, so this is starting to lay the groundwork for the hair. Okay, definitely a long way to go to make this so that it feels right and so that it's finished, but it's it's starting to go somewhere. Let's kind of pull this a little bit. And then we'll pull this side a little bit. Something like that. Okay, so that's just blocked in, right? So that's kind of what we're thinking about. Okay, let me see. What time is it? 9. Okay, sweet. So it's not been not been going for too long. Yeah, the eye is actually really quite simple. It was I'm using Marlon Nunez. He has a couple materials that he put out for doing characters. One that he uses for character skin, one that he uses for character eyes. And so I decided to use that since it was already a gray color. And it has like that great specularity sort of feel to it. And then I just went ahead and just plain and simple. Oh, let's go over to the eye. Plain and simple, just kind of added a little bit of color to it. Well, color. It's all gray. So I have like a middle gray, and then I have a darker gray, and I put in a lighter gray kind of in the middle to kind of get that cataract center sort of look started. Got to make sure that my dynamic is not turned on for the head itself, because otherwise I'm going to be in a world of hurt when I try to actually sculpt something. And I don't want to be in a world of hurt. 2020 hurts enough. Oh, crap. I've already lost symmetry. Okay, so let's turn symmetry back on. I'm gonna go back. I need to redo kind of the stuff that I was doing here on the side. Come on. Back into the clay buildup. Kind of refining these forms a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I went through like maybe 6 different sketches to try to figure out what I wanted to do for this guy. like I said earlier, I mean, when I start to develop something for a project, I tend to overdevelop, which is fine. I mean, it's pretty standard when you're developing characters and creatures and props and everything for the animation industry or for the entertainment industry. You go through and you do iterations after iterations after iterations, and there's really like no end to it. You know, it's there will always be, you know, a buttload of iterations to go through before you get the final I do use the crease PG, but I probably won't be using crease PG right now. There's not really a use for it for me right now. But yes, I like to crease Paul Gabriel. Just trying to work in the inside of the mouth a little bit, just so it feels like I gave it some thought, you know. So now let's come in here. I'm going to start building these gums up around the teeth. I like where the teeth are, so I'm just going to kind of build to them. Let's go ahead and kind of play with the shape of this lip, the shape of this jaw a little bit, just to kind of accommodate where the teeth are placed. I'll pull that down a little bit. In fact, maybe what I'll do is I'll kind of pull the lip down some in the front. Oops. Come on, you. It's like I hate it when I accidentally grab the wrong brush and then I go back and I try to fix it and then it's like, wait, what am I doing? Okay. So that way it feels like it's kind of connected to some sort of bone kind of coming up in here. Kind of pull that up, smooth it some so that it's a little bit better of a shape. Smooth that down, kind of streamline it some. Ahí estamos. Aloha! That's one of the fun things about you mandibles. Coming in, always speaking Hawaiian to me to start off your Yeah, so I started off with the in fact, just to be able to show you kind of where it is that I started. Yeah, let's save it before I do this, because you know, that's just how it goes, right? Let's say pin to quick access so that it's always there for me. Yeah, so essentially, this is where it's at. Oh shoot, Shift S, not Shift Z. Okay, where it started can see. You can see so many changes that I've done since I started. Oh, and I guess technically it's at this point that I went ahead and took this guy. You can see like all the different little like Chihuahua mutant phases that I went through. And this is what I started from. So yeah, it's just kind of fun to go through and see kind of time lapse sort of stuff. Yeah, get that guy to the end. Get this guy to the end. But yeah. So I did start the block in and everything today. And he's been a lot of fun so far. I think there's definitely kind of a new I don't know. I went ahead and decided to get into this because of it was just kind of the stream challenge for the Pixologic team. So, you know, it's just, it sounded fun. It's out of my typical, you know? So I'm gonna come. No, I don't want to worry about putting in back hair yet. In fact, I might even do that in like a separate subtool. Let's say extract, accept. I'm gonna call this main because I don't know what else to call it. Drag that to the bottom. Okay, and let's turn it off for now because it's not needed at the moment. Okay, so going to take this eye, let's say Control Shift D, mirror it over just so that we have stuff there. Okay, this is starting to look really good. I want to go ahead and add kind of like the coat. So, mutant chihuahua at the beginning, yeah, definitely. So, and then the other thing that I want to do is I want to start adding in the horns. I need to get the horns in there in order for it to start to really read the way that it's intended. So let's go ahead, let's start off, grab my IMM primitives again. Just kind of drag that out. Make it nice and big. Pull it into position. In fact, I'm going to turn off my dynamic mode if it'll let me. I like to have like a really nice big brush when I'm working with moving proportions and things like that. I think that it really super helps me just to control it nicely. Sorry, it might get loud. Hopefully not too loud. It's really irritating to me how often they've been coming by to work on the house. I can't wait until I have my own house when I'm like 70. Because the way that life goes in the United States, it'll probably be that long before I can own a house. I'm going to call this cloak. I'm going to bring this all the way down to the bottom. Okay. I don't remember if I have I don't have Dynamesh turned on for this piece. I'm gonna lower it down though to like 128 instead of the 256. Okay. Oh shoot. 128. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Numlock. Okay. Now we can Dynamesh. Don't freeze transformations. Turn our smooth stronger all the way up. And that seems like it's really, really dense for what I want. So I'm just gonna take this down maybe to half. That's better. It's like it's not letting me do what I want to do with it. Oh, shoot. I'm extremely irritated right now, so hopefully let me see if I can get some good shape kind of coming in here. One of the cool things about Krampus is that he has kind of like this basket that he carries around on his back. So I'm trying to think about how to lay out the shapes in a way that'll allow me to put that in there. Quite honestly, I will probably just go ahead and kind of flatten this bottom. I don't know that I'll get to do something super like a full character of this guy. It'll probably be just a bust down to about this region. But let's go ahead. We'll do something like this and kind of flatten out for bringing in shoulders. Now, I guess something that I could consider is taking kind of a hint from the anatomy that they considered for Zootopia, which I thought was really cool. They went through and they looked at how like the limbs for these creatures kind of come more from the front because they're always on their all fours, right? So one of the things that I think could be cool is maybe taking those shoulders and shifting them forward some. Let's do that. Let's do that. I think that sounds like a cool idea. Buying a new tablet for ZBrush. I always go with Wacom. Excuse me. I always go with Wacom. That's what I've used since I went to college. And it's just been the better tablet in my experience. It is more expensive than most tablets you can get. XP Pen seems to be one of the ones that seems to be a bit on the rise. People seem to be liking that one quite a bit lately. and they've been making a push to get a lot of good sponsored like artist reveals and giveaways and things like that. So they're probably up there too. But yeah, I do use the Wacom tablet, and I have for years. That being said, good night. Hey, Sanimation, how you doing? Yeah, I don't remember the last time I had to use Wacom's customer service. Like, really, it works really nicely, and so I don't really have to worry so much about anything, which is nice. And that's why I worry. That's why I invest in getting Wacom instead of other tablets, because I don't have to worry so much about it not working. I have worked with, what's it called? Huion, Huion, or something like that. And I didn't like that one because it was always giving me issues, and my boss insisted that was the one that we were going to use because they're cheaper. You know, you get 4 of them for the price of one Wacom tablet. And I was like, yeah, but it doesn't work, you know? So, well, not all good here. Here trying to work, and I am being constantly interrupted by big bad worker guys outside. But yeah, so to me, Wacom is very much worth the money. Okay, go ahead and smooth that out some. Bring this down, play with this, make sure that it fills in this stomach region here. I think I'm making these arms too thick. I want them to be a little bit thinner, so we'll probably end up kind of thinning those out some. I want to go for more of that kind of creepy vibe. And so I think that the thick arms feel less creepy. They feel more brutish. I don't want brutish. Yeah, I mean it's interesting, and I've thought about going to XP. Oh shoot, sorry about that. Thought about going to one of those if I wanted to try out like a yeah, more spindly. Spindly feels creepier. Yeah, so that's coming out too far, I think, for what I'm wanting. I think overall he needs to be narrower. Yeah, I kind of want to like just mute it, and then maybe I'll put on like what's that royalty-free music called? It's the pretzel. Gosh, I wish Ashley were here because I could ask her. Do you guys remember what the name of the website is? It's something pretzel, and I can't remember. can't really remember what it was called. Pretzel rock. There we go. Let's try some of that. You guys are awesome. Log in with Twitch, I guess. Pretzel is truly fully licensed. Let's go to stations. Try this lo-fi thing or something. Before I turn on sound, I had to go through and make sure that it's Thanks, Spicer. Let's see. I don't like this channel. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the desktop audio so you guys can hear what I'm hearing. Let me know if you guys like it. If you don't like it, let's find a different one. Uh-oh. Let's close that, close that. Did I lose connection? No, I didn't. Okay, we're good. Right? Should be good. Okay. I'm just gonna put this over here on the screen for a minute. Go Latin. Alternative. Ambient. Epic. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I could do with this. I could do this. Okay. Cool. We'll have to see how long I like it. If I like it, then we'll keep it. If not, then we'll go ahead and we'll change it. If you guys decide you don't like it, then mute me. Okay. Actually grew up playing in the jazz band, so it's very fun. Yeah, I might go even faster now. That's funny. So the move topological is, let me show you. So all these pieces right here, they're all part of the same subtool. In fact, this is a mess. Let's kind of get rid of some of that. Okay, so they're all part of the same subtool. You can tell because of the different polygroups and whatnot. But they're also separate meshes, and you can tell by soloing them out. So the move topological allows me to go ahead and just move the pieces by themselves without having to worry about moving everything else around it. So that's really nice. The move brush will actually go through and it'll move everything, irrespective of being separate meshes, so long as it's part of the same subtool. Now, if I use the move tool, you can see that's actually moving the piece. And you can see just like how messed up that can get really easily, right? Turn off local symmetry because I don't need that right now. But yeah, that's kind of the idea behind that. Yeah, it's nice and it's super useful. Time to lay in some crease PG. Gonna crease that Paul Gabry. Oh boy.
Sing a song every day. You know, sing is better than listen what they say. Sing a song every day. You know, sing is better than listen what they say.
¿Qué plataformas son las mejores para compartir y profesionalizar trabajos como artista 3D? Todos usan ArtStation. ArtStation es el sitio mejor para poder compartir todo eso. De hecho, estaba en una reunión ayer o anteayer, no recuerdo, tal vez anteayer, pero una reunión con algunas personas con Blizzard Entertainment. Qué pesado. Pues sí, y ellos me dicen igual a lo que dicen en Disney, en DreamWorks, en Sony, en las demás de las empresas, que ArtStation es el sitio que deberían de usar. Yeah, so just to kind of recap, I was in a meeting with some recruiters from Blizzard the other day, and they they said, as as well as anybody else, Disney, DreamWorks, Sony, anywhere else, everybody looks at ArtStation. So just kind of keep that in mind. Keep an ArtStation, keep that up to date, keep it clean, and have your professional information up there. Things like your what's it called? Demo reel, link to portfolio, link to resume, things like that. So super helpful, that sort of stuff. No hay de queso. I really like the twist that's coming into this. This is really kind of cool. They've and I really quite appreciate some of the changes that they've made with Pretzel Rocks, because the first time I tried it, I didn't like it. So, yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, Bad Bud. Thanks, Scribble Sketches. Yeah, I've got the sound off for my microphone right now because they're outside doing work and it's really driving me nuts. So I don't want to have that sound go through to you guys. So I figured I'd turn on the music so it's at least fun, you know? Those teeth. It's so funny. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I want to make sure that I keep these teeth about the same size that they are, but I want to add more subdivisions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say geometry, go to crease, and put our crease tolerance up around 60 something. That way it goes through and it creases just the edges, just the corners. So we look at that, smooth that out. It's going to hold that shape pretty well. Okay, I don't want it to be all the way up at 15, so we'll just put it down to like a crease tolerance of 2. Put our smooth subdivision. In fact, maybe what we'll do. Let me see. Let's go ahead and we'll say crease this edge loop here, that edge loop there, this one here, and this one here. Just to be able to kind of keep like a little bit more of a planar sort of look there. Why not? We'll get it going along the center on here as well. And that'll get kind of smooth and sculpted later, probably. Okay, so those are starting to look pretty cool. I'm just going to kind of inflate them a little bit. Oh, pulling in some clarinet right there. Alright. I'm trying to give it a good variation in height and in all the good. Actually, I can't even hear the sound anymore, so hopefully they've moved on to other sections. They'll be coming back, I'm sure, and it'll get loud. And if it does, I'll turn it off again for a little bit, but we'll enjoy each other's company for now. For anybody who's wanting kind of an update, I am getting really close to my, to finishing editing my, what's it called? My character modeling for production course. It's a self-paced course that I've been working on for a while. Very nearly done. And so, I'll be sharing more on that. Hopefully by the end of the week. I'm super excited to be able to release it. I've been getting a bunch of messages about it for a while. So it's nice to know that other people are excited too. Anybody who follows me on Instagram already knows it's about the production modeling pipeline and being able to make it so that you get your good good clean topology, getting the likeness from the concept. Oh, I'm liking that. Oh, I'm liking that a lot. Whew, that's so cool. Now, if only the rest of the body were as cool. I might have to do something completely different with the body. We'll have to see. In fact, maybe what I'll do is I'll turn off the cloak. I'll turn off the basket. Let's kind of come back here and we'll focus on the head for right now. But yeah, super, super exciting to be able to put this out. Let's see, one of these horns needs to be totally screwed up. So I'm gonna smooth one more time. We'll say geometry. In fact, let's do this real quick. Let's say deformation. We'll say polish by groups. It's giving me kind of an effect that I don't particularly care for. So maybe I won't do that. Okay, something like that. Alright, let's go ahead. Let's dynamesh this. Let's make sure that we have the same on the both sides, because that'd be really painful if I were working on trying to get this to be nice and it decides to not be symmetrical, you know? It's like, what are you doing? Come on, be the smartest. Live up to your name, Steven, come on. Just gonna come in here and just kind of emphasize some of these shapes, because it's not quite getting the right shape that I'm wanting just off of the topology selection that I made. So yeah, just gonna go through here and smooth that out a little bit. Some. Make my brush a little bit smaller, and in fact maybe what we can do is we can kind of split this out into two. Two ribbings here. And what we'll do here in just a moment is actually cut off the tip of one of these horns so that it has that a feeling like it's old, like it's seen some struggle, you know, adding a little bit of history to them. Okay, one of the things I want to do is, instead of just leaving this nice and clean like this, I also want to add in some interesting like grooves and cuts and things going down it. So what we're going to do is I'm going to open up. Yeah, in fact, let me show you real quick what it is that I created for the course. Let me see, what is the brush? Not trim, slash 2. This is one that Ashley loves using, and because Ashley loves using it, she kind of got me hooked on it. It's a little bit too intense though. Just by going through and just kind of adding in some little grooves like this, we can get like some interesting form and detail, and it starts to break up the surface some in a way that makes it feel a bit more like a horn, instead of like a piece of something that just kind of, oddly enough, resembles something that might have been a horn in original intent. Yeah, so I'm just trying to like vary up, specifically down here in this lower section, this inset section, because what happens is that like it's got like this grain that kind of comes through here, but it doesn't really have much of anything up on the high points because that's been kind of rubbed smooth. And I might go through and actually I might go through and add some like little knobbly bits to it, because that seems like it'd be pretty cool. And that's an opportunity for me to kind of step away from what I've seen in nature and what I've seen, you know, happen. It's kind of it's funny, somebody guessed on my Instagram poll for what I'd be working on today if it was a reindeer, and I was like, no, it's not a reindeer. No, it's a friendly little reindeer. It's what it is. Yeah, his teeth, will definitely go through and do something similar for his teeth, but yeah, because we don't want those teeth to be too clean. In fact, I'll probably add in a chip here or there, or whatever, or a crack, or, you know, things like that. There we go. Just kind of adding in these creases, these cracks, these crevices. And then I'll grab my clay brush and we'll just kind of start building up in some areas. Smooth it down some. Yeah, this way it kind of treats that shape a little bit. It makes it feel a little bit more uneasy, you know, like makes you feel uneasy when you're looking at it, you know. It feels a little bit less like something that you would expect to. You see, let's turn off symmetry actually. I like this little music channel. It's kind of fun. There you go, just kind of varying up that surface some so it's not perfectly smooth and round. And I can come in here and just kind of maybe emphasize a couple of these little cracks. Yeah. And we can get some like smaller bumps. You got varying the sizes of these bumps is important. Sorry, I said that I'd go through and kind of show you what it is that I built for the for that course. Let me show you real quick. Now that I've gotten some headway on that. Actually, maybe what we'll do is we'll keep symmetry a little bit longer, just so I can get some of these extra detail. You won't be able to tell that they're symmetrical unless you look at it head on. So it's going to be kind of one of those things that I want to go through and keep symmetry for a while, and then give it enough variation at the end once I get enough detail in there, and that one of them will be kind of broken off anyway. So it'll be kind of fun that way. Let me go ahead and let's save this. Okay, let me show you this this mermaid that I made. Okay, so this is the mermaid that I made for my self-paced course. Okay. Which you should hopefully be able to get starting the beginning of next week. She's based off of a concept by Micah Schneider. You probably follow her on the eye texture is not applied. Let's turn the texture on. That's better. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, it was a super fun project. Really great. So it's meant to be super clean. She's got all the topology to her, you know, so she's production ready, you know, and that's kind of the idea, is being able to go through and show kind of how to make a production ready model, and then be able to show the topology, the UVs, and the posing I'm hoping to be able to also add in texturing, but that might be something that has to just come later. Yeah, she's a lot of fun. She was so cool. It shows the entire process, and so it's something that should be nicely tailored for anybody that's advanced or beginners who's just wanting to dig into topology theory, character design, UVs, just the pipeline, be able to really familiarize themselves with Studio Pipeline. So yeah, I mean that's what that's intended for, and that's what that looks like. It's really fun. If you follow me on Instagram, you'll be able to get updates on that. And if you're part of the Patreon group, you'll get a coupon for, or a discount for a significant discount on getting the course. So yeah, I mean it's a lot of fun. So I can't wait to be able to share that. Definitely a ways to go, but it's one of those things that I feel like will be helpful to a lot of people. And it's this type of thing that I wish that I had when I was in school, so it's like being able to put that information out there and make it available to people to learn and to grow and become the digital character artist that they want to be. That's the idea. Starting to wonder if I should have even cared to go through that clean topology horn phase with this guy with how much I've totally screwed up the horns. I don't know, it created a nice base, so it should be a lot of fun. In fact, I had a bunch of renders, video renders, rendering off of my computer over the last few nights. Which is not the funnest thing to go to sleep to, but it's nice to wake up to good, clean renders that I can use. One of the things that I put up on my Patreon recently was the what's it called, the sculpt off piece that I submitted for this year's sculpt off, and along with the brushes and the filters and everything that I made for the competition. It was really fun. I mean, granted the piece didn't turn out quite the way that I had wanted it to, or the way that I had wanted to that I had planned, that I had sketched, that I had whatever. And I'm planning to go through and finish it out like for sure, the way that I want at some point in time, but not sure entirely when that'll actually be. Okay, cool. So we've got this sort of thing going on here, which is great. Let's turn off symmetry now. Just gonna come over here. We will get rid of this bump and then kind of build it up a little bit lower or something. Make it feel almost like it's made out of gourd or something. I mean, obviously it's not going to be made out of gourd, it's going to be made out of bone. And one of the things that I know that I've seen I grew up in a hunting town, you know, a place where a lot of people would go out and they would hunt and they'd bring home deer and elk and whatever else. We didn't do that in my family, but it's something that was really, really common. In fact, let's get this slash brush. And so one of the things that I would see often in the town that I grew up in was deer antlers. People would have them hanging in their home. People would have them yeah, like in the back of their truck or, you know, whatever. And so, you know, I see a lot of deer antlers. One of the things that deer antlers have is like these like bumps here at the at the base of their antlers. Now, I mean, I'm not trying to do antlers, but I think that doing some sort of bump along the base there, or even like carrying up some bumps through the rest of the model could help to boost some of the appeal, you know. The music's pretty cool. I kind of like this. Let's get that slash brush out. Just kind of emphasize some of these details. Just kind of softly go around the bases, some of these bumps, and that'll just kind of help pull them out just a little bit. Something to keep in mind with like these slash brushes, or at least with this one, is that it's directional. So if you go one direction, it's going to give you one effect, but if you go around the other direction, it's going to give you the opposite. Okay. It's kind of hard to show it. Let me boost up my intensity. So if I go down, you can see it's like it's cutting in and pulling out, but if I go up, it's pulling out, pushing in. Okay, so you can see like they're opposite. It's a really, really nice way to be able to add just some quick kind of interesting grooves. And if you put them opposite each other, it makes it so that it gets kind of opposing forms, and it can be nice. I'm doing well, Alejandro. How are you doing, brother? That. I don't know if they fixed it yet or not, but this morning I was Oscar. One of these things that one of the things that I did for the Avengers campus, I can't tell you exactly what it is. But I had to sculpt some battle damage into the into one of the pieces that I got to work on for the Avengers campus, Disneyland Paris. And one of the things that I did was I would use the slash brush to kind of go through and just like do concentric cuts to get kind of like these built-in ridges. And it helps a lot when you're going through and building out forms to think about how you can combine strokes to really create a more interesting sort of shape. Just kind of cut it in there, cut in there. Something like that. Cool. Okay, so now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to trim off the top of this horn right here. I'm trying to keep it so that it's let's go ahead and Control W. Something like that. Trying to decide if that's too low or if that's all right. I'm gonna go ahead and let's bring back this other spotlight. Okay, and then we'll just boost our opacity some. Yeah, that should work. I'm just gonna I'm gonna start off by smoothing this edge so that it's not so harsh, and then I can go in and I can start kind of sculpting into it. Let's make it so that it kind of pulls into down here some. You use some trim adaptive. You know, you can use all sorts of different little brushes to really kind of pull into these shapes. Ahí estamos. I'm trying to keep in mind the original form. I don't want these shapes to go past the original form, but I do want to try to play with how, well, I mean, I want it to be a crease or crack, you know. Yeah, there's a lot to play with this stuff. Do I have Dynamesh turned on this? I don't. That's not high enough. Let's boost this up to 350. It's a little bit better. There we go. Okay, so now I can use things like, shoot, that's not what I wanted, slash. Okay, so this is where we're going to start going through and kind of creating some of that battle damage sort of look, just by using these kind of concentric grooves in here, if you will. I'm trying to keep it going the same direction so that way I can make sure that I'm getting the details the way that I want. I'll probably have to smooth this out a little bit, actually. It's a little bit too much. It's better to sometimes just go through and kind of hint at the details versus actually like putting them in there outright. It depends on what you're doing, but for this, for me right now, I think I want to more hint at the details. Put that along there. I use this technique for so many different little things. Like ever since Ashley taught me about this brush, I've been like, I am not going back. Damn standard, who needs it? Yeah, something like that. That feels pretty cool. Yeah, this and granted, this is the brush that that Ashley taught me about. Super grateful to her for everything that she shares when she's doing streaming. But yeah. Let's go through and kind of pull this around. It's getting too flat, too even of a shape, so I want to kind of vary it up some. Some. And in fact, we could even kind of come down and pull this over here some too. Pull this down. Okay, so now we've got the chipped horn, and we've got the regular horn. Okay, I need to add in a tongue. Okay, it's like let's go ahead and just turn on groups. And then I'm going to grab the my curve symbol. This is another great brush that I use. I'm actually thinking I might have the tongue kind of coming out this side. Yeah, just one that I really enjoy because one of the things that it's always a matter of what I like and don't like about the standard brushes that come. Yeah, that's why you go through and you make brushes in the first place. It's because you need to be able to accomplish something that the standard brushes can't really give to you. But yeah, it's one of those things that let's go through, see if we can add a little bit more length. Boost it off the end or something. Oh, it's about the length that I want. Let's kind of grab the end and just pull it forward some. We can extend it from there, it's not a big deal. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, this one of the things that I wanted to be able to accomplish with this brush is having good clean topology kind of flowing down the entire tube. The curved tube brush has triangulated ends, and I didn't like that, so I went ahead and I decided to make my own curved brush. It's just a simple cube that's kind of, projected along a curve, right? So when I smooth it out, instead of getting triangles on the ends, I get quads. So that becomes really, really helpful if I'm wanting to use this on something that I need the topology for or whatever. There isn't a brush like that, so you just take a few minutes and make the brush and you're good to go. Okay, kind of smooth that out. Just kind of inflate that maybe a little bit. It's gonna add. So what I'm doing is like I'll add a division and then I'll hit polish just a little bit. And the reason I have to hit polish when I smooth it is because I have part of the subtool masked. So that's just kind of a simple way to be able to lower the music just a little bit. It's just a simple way to be able to kind of control things a little bit better, you know? Let's see, let's kind of inflate this back here in the back. I'm just going to kind of try to build this up, pull this down a little bit. Yeah. It's looking super fun so far. I love doing this sort of stuff. It's just so much fun. It's one of those things that, like the reason why I started streaming is just to be able to get some time to do some personal work, some personal, have fun, kind of decompress. So this is like my therapeutic self-care sort of stuff that I do. I mean, I'm fortunate enough that I'm passionate about what I do as a career, so I don't have to worry too much about being too overstressed by what I do professionally. But I certainly do get stressed, and so having this as an outlet. Oh, you know what? Let's make the curve go different. Let's go this way. Something like that. So having this as a way to be able to kind of decompress and to let my mind think of something slightly different and do something fun and creative, it really helps me professionally. So find activities that you enjoy, that don't make you tired, that you can do and you can enjoy, that make you feel fueled, Okay, I definitely want to have like some warts coming down his tongue. And then I think I'm going to split his tongue up so that it's... There we go. Dynamesh that. I'm going to split his tongue up at the end so that it's forked. That was something, kind of an idea that I had. It seems like there's kind of like mixed ideas about Krampus and whatnot, and I think that one of the things that I liked that I read was the idea of a forked tongue. So I'm just going to give him just a little bit of a fork here at the end. There we go. And then what I want to do is let's get these tips to be really pretty fine. I want them to be kind of sharp. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to decide later if we still like it. If we don't, then we'll change it. But the forked tongue is kind of a fun idea, so we'll keep it for now. Okay, so let's kind of pull that together. Hard thing about having a microphone right here is that I can't see past it to my keyboard. Here, I'm going to use my standard brush, change the focal shift. Let's see, intensity up pretty high. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm going to change to spray. I don't need color at all. I'm going to go to alpha. There we go. Okay, watch this. Okay, I'm just gonna hide that so we have that, and I'm gonna bring my intensity down some. It's a little bit too much. In fact, that's a little bit too. I don't like the alpha, so let's just keep the alpha off. Okay, so it's really in kind of too clustered together. So I'm gonna take my flow down. Is it flow down or flow up? I'm trying to remember. Oh, it's placement. Placement down. Maybe it's placement up. There we go. That's better. Z intensity, turn that way down. So we can go through. We can vary up the surface first. Let's just do that because that'll be helpful. Yeah, playing with brushes it's the easiest way to get really cool, crazy details. Skibidi wow. Oh, that's right. I was like, where are the horns? In fact, I should go through and let's do this. Say split hidden. Let's bring these down beneath the teeth. Oh, I have caps lock on. Shoot. There we go. So we got tongue, we got the teeth, we got the eyes, we got the ears. We gotta work on those ears too. Those ears are like, hey Cena, how you doing? I'm doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. Right now, just kind of enjoying some stream time. I'm gonna boost up this intensity some. And there'll be some spots where maybe we want to add in some extra detail here, kind of close to the base. I like that. You know, going at it a little bit lighter, but having that intensity there. Let's kind of pull this part of the tongue in here. And one of the things that we can do, I don't want to go in and make this center line like super smooth. I want it to be kind of like if you ever look at your tongue, you have like this like weird wrinkle crease kind of going through the middle. Hey Philip, how you doing? So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of go through and have this kind of branching off, kind of like lightning. And that just helps it to feel like extra gross. And then we'll go in, we'll kind of add in some extra some extra details down here. Let's grab our clay brush. Just to be able to add kind of like the sparse little wart or whatever, you know? Feels like it might be a little bit much, but we'll keep playing with it. Because I don't want it to feel like it's a hard surface piece. I want it to feel like it's a gross, super terrible tongue, you know. Now, one of the things that I want to keep in mind when I'm building things out like this is like what angle am I going to be looking at it from. This particular piece isn't something that I think I'll need to really worry about building out from every angle, but I certainly need to be thinking about like what angle I'll be looking at them from. Okay. So let's kind of pull this in something like that. Kind of almost feels like Jabba the Hutt's tongue. little bit of like a scriggle down here. Thanks, Omar. Oh, thanks, Nightbot. Let me see. Let's make sure that this is feeling like it's flesh around a tooth. One of the things that's really kind of cool about, like, if you look at like a dog's tongue when it's hanging out, the way that it kind of fits around the teeth and everything, it can be really, really neat, and it really feels like it's made out of something soft going around something that's not soft, you know, something that's rigid. So so kind of paying attention to those relationships as you get into these sorts of pieces, how these pieces interact will definitely help to put your piece ahead and to what you want it to be in the end. What language are these guys speaking? I can't even tell. Okay, so with this, I'm going to go ahead and start pulling this out of symmetry. Let's kind of give it a little bit of a twist here. And what I like to do is I like to make it feel like it's flowing together. Is this music in Portuguese? Does anybody speak Portuguese? They're speaking swing, so they're just they're just scatting. Is that what it is? Thanks, Omar. That's I appreciate that, man. Yeah, you can find me pretty much anywhere on social media platforms or on portfolio sites under SMAARTIST. And you see my username right there at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, pretty fun. I really enjoy what I do, so it's it's fun to have people around. Okay, so going in here, just trying to refine some of these hair forms. Trying to figure out more direction, and one of the things I can do is I can also use my snake hook and just kind of pull off some little breakaways here and there, you know? Might be a little bit too... I'll keep that one. But I want to be careful that I don't make it too thin. If I make it too thin, then it makes it a little bit too finicky, too hard to work with. And I want to be able to I want to be able to really really play with it, kind of refine this. So something like this is starting to be pretty good, and I'll probably go ahead and leave it at this for right now. Let's go into clay buildup. I'm going to turn on my back face masking. Say auto masking, back face mask. And this is where we just kind of go through and start building things out. Give it a couple of different little channels of hair flow. And then something that I like to think about with hair and hair flow, let's make sure we check it from different sides for one, but is that it's very fluid. You got to think about origin, and you got to think about direction, and you got to think about what's affecting it. So where's it coming from? Where's it going? Just kind of take this and just kind of pull this out a little bit, pull this out a little bit. Maybe pull this in a little bit. I don't know, something like that. You got to kind of play with it some and figure out exactly what it is that we're trying to achieve with it. Something like that for right now. Cool. All languages scat. I like this. That is exceptionally awesome way to think about it. Yeah, it's all just scat. We just agree that some scat has meaning. Okay, so I've got that going in there. Geometry. I might just leave the resolution the way it is for right now. Let's work on getting these ears together because that's going to be important. Let's see. Let's come over here to crease. Down to 1. Okay, so this is getting me a little bit of that ear shape coming in. I am going to want to play with this though. Maybe take it, make it more of that shape. I like that a bit better. So now with these ears, we're going to want to play with some of these like intricate details, like with the way that the little holes coming in at the edges, and it'll be asymmetrical at some point, but you know, for now, let's go ahead and we will say smooth that out, delete lower, dynamesh that bad boy. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm kind of hitting that shape. Okay, I'm going to kind of ignore what's happening on the other side. I just want to make sure that I'm getting the shape that I want overall. Let's see. And I'm kind of liking that curl at the end, so I'm going to keep that. But everything else, I want to be aware of kind of how this is all interacting. It's about 11 o'clock now. I might jump onto my personal stream to keep working on this because, in fact, let me check in. Let me see how much longer, how much time do I have? Let's go to Pixologic.com. Community, ZBrush Live. Oh, go up here to the calendar, I guess. Yes, we got Daisuke at 1:30. Okay, so I've got a couple hours. I can go for another hour if I want to. I'll be fine. That's one of the things I always try to check is like what's coming up next, so that I don't, overstep my my boundaries. There are a lot of really good people coming up. Oh, somebody was asking about hard surface stuff. Miguel, I don't know if he still does it, but Miguel has some hard surface stuff that he's done. I know that when Paul Gabry is on, he does some hard surface stuff. Joseph Druss does some hard surface stuff. Brendan usually does some cool like fantasy character stuff, but sometimes he'll get into some hard surface stuff as well. Michael Pavlovich is another guy to kind of watch for hard surface sort of tips. There we go, something like that. In fact, let's go ahead and let's say clay brush. Turn on the backface masking for this one too. Just kind of want to give a little bit of form to the ear here on the back. Make it a little bit more interesting instead of just being so flat. So now what we can do is we can start building in kind of like the inside of the ear here. So like before I go through and start, like picking up my brush, I want to make sure that I get that whole section kind of smoothed out. And one of the things that I might do, one of the things that I'll do sometimes to check and make sure that my thicknesses are all right, is I'll turn the mesh inside out. I'll show you what I mean by that in just a second. That edge is getting a little bit too thin. It's like razor sharp, so I definitely don't want that. Let's come along here with my inflate brush. There we go. That's a little bit nicer. How many places do you stream? Yeah, just on my my own personal channel and here. So it streams out to Twitch, it streams out to YouTube, and it streams out to Facebook when I stream for Pixologic. Right? Yeah, it streams out to those three. So it's pretty nice. It's a great way to be able to reach a broad audience. Different people have different platforms that they like to watch things from, and so let's go ahead and let's see. I want this to be kind of like a cone sort of ear. Let's do this. Turn up my smooth a little bit. Here's something that I want to do. Let's do this. It might be a matter of like making it so that instead of coming straight out like that, maybe it's just kind of wraps around some. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoy the Pixologic streams and streaming for Pixologic. It's nice. It's nice to kind of feel the sense of community, you know? Okay, do something like that. This one's kind of fun. Okay, so that's looking a lot nicer. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Oops. Let's turn off symmetry. And I am going to mask out. Good, okay. Just whatever shape I want that hole to be. That's a little bit too much of a shelf there. There we go, something like that. And this other hole. Actually, that's a little bit lower than I want. Let's put it up higher. This song is so zany. Good night. You know, that's a little bit too big. Let's do something. It goes in a little bit too far, but that's a better size, I think. Just kind of pull this in, smooth it out as I go along so that I don't totally ruin the shape. this other one. Kind of smooth it, pull it in, smooth it, pull it in, smooth it. And there we go. We got some nice little cuts in the ears here. The shape's not exactly right, but you know, we'll smooth it out and we'll fix it a little bit. You know what? They're doing a good job with their music. I can appreciate this stuff. Yeah, let's go ahead and turn symmetry back on so that we're getting both of the bases of the ears about right. And we'll try to cover up the seam for these ears a little bit with some hair. Yeah. Yep, I'm all about keeping it simple. Let's kind of pull this out some. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start sculpting in kind of some of this back hair. Let's use a broader brush, I think. What a cute dog. When you're modeling a humanoid character with cloth, when do you break the symmetry and start posing? At the end. This particular creature, I mean, he's going to have some level of some little level, I guess low level of symmetry. But like right now, I've totally super broken my symmetry for the sake of being able to really figure out kind of how I want this this fur to flow. Yeah, it's always kind of a fun little puzzle to figure out, and it will be different depending on the character that you're working on. But yeah, I mean, I like to. Let's turn off the alpha. I don't think we need an alpha really. Let's get some broader shapes in here rather than just this super super fine little. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Yeah. Yeah, definitely want to think about the way that symmetry can be broken effectively, so that it's not so even, not so let's kind of really push this out, I think. I mean, I know I went through and kind of created that main piece earlier, but I think I'm going to kind of ignore it and just kind of build out my main here. Let's kind of build this out a little bit. So you see, I'm just kind of going through and building out, and then I'll smooth down where I need to, and continue building out, or I'll use the alternative clay buildup to kind of push it in some. It's all a matter of just really kind of balancing out your balancing out what it is that you're trying to build. Or right here, I'm just going to use my Damien standard to kind of cut in. One of the things I need to go through and do is that these hair chunks are kind of coming down in a little bit too even of segments. And so I need to figure out a way to be able to break this up so that it's not so even. And sometimes it's just a matter of going through and making sure that the gaps between the pieces are smaller. I'm just going to kind of like go through and kind of create a ridge right here where I can determine that's where the main's kind of coming out from. So that way I can kind of just draw my my main chunks coming out, just kind of sculpt them in. There we go. So now we've got kind of like that main coming off. I'll have to go through and kind of refine some of this that's coming in up here. Yeah, it's definitely not small enough, thin enough of shapes in order to feel like it's fitting in with the rest of the main. So just kind of a matter of just coming in and playing and tweaking. You know what? Let's do this part in symmetry, just because I don't have to. Let's just use some clay buildup to kind of. Oh, that got a little bit too far over there. It's just a matter of kind of playing, pushing, pulling. Okay, that's looking pretty cool. Okay, now with this, let's see. Right over here, something like that. Break that symmetry. We'll just kind of pull this around. Now what's nice is that having the back face masking on allows us to go in and work on thin areas like this where we wouldn't be able to really before. Okay. Okay, I might not be able to get to a ton of refinement with this, just because time's kind of running short, and I still want to go through and kind of render a little bit and things like that. Let's kind of pull this out. Let's kind of pull this out a little bit. Get some. Now there are some really cool like actual hair brushes that you can use. I think the workers are coming back. Some really cool actual hair brushes that you can use. Some of them are like alpha based. Well, I think all of them are actually probably alpha based in one way or another. But yeah, Pablo Munoz, he put out a series of hair brushes not long ago, and they're really cool. I've liked playing around with those. I'm not sure if that's something that I'll get into for this though or not. We'll have to see if we decide whether or not we are getting what we need out of clay buildup and standard brushes. Because the nice thing about the clay buildup side of it is that this is a brush that comes with ZBrush Core Mini, and it's something that anybody could do. Here, I'm just going to kind of smooth out this border a little bit. Kind of cut into it some. Sounds like it's about to get loud again. So if it gets too loud, I'll go ahead and I will. Oh, you have my hairbrush? You really like it? That's good. Yeah, I really like it too. I was going to go through. I have a hairbrush that I designed for fur clumps that I was thinking about going through and using for this. Yeah, so you just kind of drag it out, and it's an IMM versus an IMM curve. But it it works really nicely for getting some good clean hair clumps out. Yeah, it's not really a good spot for it, I don't think, though. Where did it go? I just used it. It's like, where is it gone now? So yeah, you can see like it's got the, kind of like that fur. It's the same look, overall look as my actual hairbrush. I thought about using this to go through and drag out all the little fur clumps, and I might still use it to kind of supplement it. But it's in fact, here's what I'll do. I'll go ahead and I'll take this. I'll say subtool. We'll say split unmasked, and we'll say for supplement. That way we know what it is and where to find it. Yeah, you know what? Let's keep this below the horns. I think that'll work just fine. But yeah, it's just a great little way to be able to drag that out. The other thing that I have is the hairbrush that that Rachel was talking about on YouTube. This is extremely helpful. Grabbing like a strand of this and pulling it out, being able to tweak it, push it around. Yeah, the reason I made this is because I wasn't able to find a good hairbrush that made shapes that I was interested in. So I went ahead and kind of custom made my own. So yeah, we're getting this sort of look off of this. You can kind of split off these little chunks, these little strands. You can see how that starts to really boost the hairy look, Oh shoot. I got this big bottle of water next to me. I haven't even used it. Just kind of push that into the end there and then kind of pull this out. This is something that's available. I believe I've given this to my Patreon patrons. It's an extremely helpful brush. I've used this for so many projects, both personal and for Disney and for Netflix and for all sorts of other places too. So this is a great addition to your brush collection. If you wanted to pick this up, you could get it pretty much anywhere. I sell it on Gumroad. I sell it on ArtStation Marketplace. Let's kind of pull this in so that it feels like it's more on the head. So yeah, so that's just going to help us to add a little bit more added detail in there. Yeah, so you can find me pretty much anywhere under SMAARTIST. You can find me on ArtStation under SMAARTIST, Instagram under SMAARTIST. You can find me at smartist.com, and the workers are back. And you can find me on Patreon under SMAARTIST. Shoot, I am so sorry, guys. Hopefully it's not too irritating to you guys to have the sound in there. If it is too distracting to have the sound from the people working outside, let me know, and I will mute my microphone, and you guys can listen to the music, and and I'll chime in when I see comments. Well, it's not going like constantly. Yeah, construction ASMR. The soothing sounds of building California. And it's like the house that we're living in, it's over 20 years old, so it's not like it's brand new, but they're going through and I think they're replacing gutters or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, you can hear that. It's actually not a jackhammer. It's nothing like it. It's it's just like a power drill, and they're like taking out screws and whatever. Good night. This will create kind of a cool hairline kind of going up. And so we have like the sculpted hair. Yes, this is Krampus. Yeah. Yeah, this is a sketch that I did the other day, and so I'm recreating that in ZBrush as part of our ZBrush live stream team challenge. In October we did jack-o'-lanterns, and that was awesome. Or pumpkins, I guess. It wasn't really necessarily jack-o'-lantern. I guess it kind of was jack-o'-lanterns. You can see the channel. The what's it called? The playlist on YouTube on the Pixologic channel. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. No, I didn't see the Krampus film. I need to. Is it on Netflix or anything? I need to. I want to watch it. It's one of those things though that I don't want to check anything out from the library anymore though because of coronavirus. Pull this out. Oh, autosave. Way to go, autosave. Thank you. The curve. You love the curved forehead and how it merges with the eyebrows. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it's just I don't know. I like really pushing shape and style and things like that when I'm designing things. And so I knew that when I was trying to pull something like this together, that I absolutely had to. I just absolutely had to kind of pull things apart, make those shapes nice, make something zany and different. I guarantee you this isn't like any other Krampus you've ever seen. Let's get some overlap on this. That could be kind of cool. We'll have this kind of come down here a little bit. It helps to kind of make it feel a little bit less handmade. I want to go to the beach. It's like it's so incredibly disheartening to me, the way that this pandemic has really just thrown everything just out the window. Let's grab this. Pull this down and in or something like that. this out. Honestly though, like the beach is probably one of the very few places where I do actually feel kind of somewhat safe. Just because there is so much open space and there's space between you and the next person, things like that, ocean breeze, etc., 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 right? So, you know, that's kind of how it is. Yeah, so this is my personal hairbrush, and I have actually a couple of hairbrushes now. I have this one too that has more of like a square chunk to it, and that's really fun. I have a braid, which I don't know. I might go through and put the braid into the into the hair somewhere. That could be fun. That could be kind of cool, you know? I'll leave it out for now though. And then I've also got like curly hair that I've gone through and I've made. And this is great. Let me see. Double. Here's multi-twist. Let's use this one. So this one's really cool from the standpoint that let's actually go ahead and pull it out over here. You can kind of pull it out to the side. And then you can, here, let's move it more over this direction. And then let's pull out one of these other, you know, strands, and you can kind of spread them out a little bit, you know. It's pretty stinking cool. It's a great brush, and it was a fun. Yeah, it might be a nightmare for retopology, but I might do it at some point. It's one of those things that I think is worth doing, especially if you're planning on putting something into a portfolio or something like that. I have a couple of sculpts that are in my portfolio that I think I would rather go through and retopologize. Like, if any of you have seen my demo reel, I have this this nymph babe that that Martin Abel designed and that I had sculpted, you know, a few years back, and I love it. So it's like I can't stand to get rid of her at all. But on the other end, there's, you know, she's not production ready. She's good for 3D printing. But yeah, she's definitely something that I would have to go through and kind of refine and do the topology for in order to make it so that she's actually ready for being in my demo reel instead of just being there. But, you know, whatever. Okay, back here in the back, I want to have hair kind of, it's too big, kind of flowing off. There are going to be chains coming around the neck. Oh, so the topology videos, the mermaid course will be available. In fact, here's the mermaid in case anybody wants to be able to see it. I pulled her open earlier in the stream. The course that I created for being able to create a production ready topology model with the production maquette pose and everything. I'm working on rendering that out. There's still a couple of sections that I want to go through and make, you know, for instance, you know, prepping her for 3D print, or what was the other thing? Oh, building clothes, like making clothes, because it's a really fun model, but there aren't a whole lot of clothing part, you know, she doesn't have a lot of clothes. So I want to be able to show kind of how to, you know, a few different techniques to be able to create clothing that is production ready. So it's a lot of fun. And so she should be that course should be ready and available. Hopefully, like early next week. I'm still having a hard time trying to figure out like exact dates because I do have a couple of things left to record and then a bunch of rendering left to do. But I do have a bunch of the rendering done and ready and ready to put out there. So that's exciting to me. Thanks, guys. Yeah, she's really, really fun. The design was done by my friend Micah Schneider. Yeah, she's awesome, and it should hopefully be available on my ArtStation store. But yeah, if you follow me on Instagram and keep track that way, that'll be the easiest way to kind of know when things are ready and available. If you're part of the Patreon group, then they'll be getting like a 50% off coupon. So that'll be exciting. Patreon's great because I go through and I put up a whole bunch of different brushes every month and just different little things that are only available to Patreon. Like I put up my my ZBrush sculpt off piece for download. I don't know if anybody's actually downloaded it yet, but it's there. Kind of fun. Just a way for me to be able to share with those guys. But yeah. So if that's of interest to you, you can find that pretty easily with under little clothes, no legs. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I probably won't go through and address the point on legs because the legs can kind of be you can kind of figure out legs based off of what we learned from the arms. So it's not really a huge deal. But yeah, that's kind of the main thing. The clothes is the one that I feel more inclined to focus on and to get in there because of that exact thing there, Ian. It's like making sure that I'm not kind of just leaving you hanging with just a pretty model, it's just fun, right? Oh, come on, expand out one more. There we go. That'll be better. Yeah, I want to make sure that I am showing kind of the whole process, and most of the characters that anyone will ever model will have clothes, so it's like oops, let's go ahead and hide that light box again, kind of pull that out. Oh, my hand's like feeling a little bit jumpy right now. Pull this out to the back, pull this up so that it meets it a little bit. Okay, so yeah, going through and doing fur is really kind of a challenge. But yeah, I mean, so far he's looking really pretty cool. I'm liking him. I'm gonna see if I can expand this out just like one or two more. There we go. That's better. So yeah, the thing that I'm trying to make sure of is just that I have good clean hair silhouettes in here. Oops, not that one. Although that's probably acceptable the way that is. Bring this over some. Okay, so that's starting to look much, much nicer. A pair of loose jeans with one pant leg tied around as a belt. That's awesome. I'm not sure if the Krampus film is on Netflix in the US. Make sure you get the right one, though. There are a whole bunch of... Are there? Are you talking about the most recent one, though? Do you have a preference there, Mr. Mike? I mean, since you live in the UK. Whoa, that got like super stereo messy. It's like they were super playing with the left and right channels a whole lot right there, and I thought something was wrong with my headphones. Wow. Yeah, so Krampus, I know he's I think more an Eastern European thing, but I mean you probably hear about him in the UK quite. Do you have like any hints and preferences about how to Krampus? Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll grab that fur brush. Cha-cha-cha. So yeah, this is keep losing it. Oh, they're playing with those channels again. Oh, it's messing with my head. Stop it. Oops. Cha-cha-cha. I said that. That's what it sounds like. I don't know if that's what it's actually saying or not, but it sounds like it's saying aceptar, which we all know means to accept in Spanish. But yeah, this is a brush that I really kind of like, but I find it a little bit tricky to use. But it's one of those things that I feel like it's helpful. It's helpful. It's just a matter of having good patience when you're using for things that they could say to improve it or whatever. Oh, did the stream just die? I hope it didn't. Oh no, tell me it's not. Oh good. You guys aren't joshing with me, are you? I blipped. Don't tell anybody, but I'm secretly Spider-Man. No, funny story. So I have these like little holes. Shoot. Bummer. That's so bad. I'm so sorry. I have like these little holes on my wrist. I don't know if you can see that, but when I was a kid, when my little brother was little, I used to tell him that I was. I used to tell my little brother that I was Spider-Man, and those were where my webs came out. Let me see. Krampus from 2015, Adam Scoot and Toni Collette. Most of the movies are trashy horror. There were 3 Krampus films in 2015 alone. I'm going to have to look that up. Okay, let me go ahead and save that. Let's see, my girlfriend got me the art book from the film. One of the Bell things from for Christmas this year. I'm sure people mistaken for Steven. Yeah, it's funny. Alex is the one that told me I look like Sam Worthington. It's kind of funny. Okay, but we're back now. Awesome. Yeah, Thanks for answering that question though, Mike. That's helpful. I'll check that out. I'm gonna grab this single strand and just kind of pull it out over here. This way I can just kind of focus on the one little. If you hold control after you grab onto your brush, or after you grab onto your curve, it'll allow you to twist that that piece. Which is super handy. I use it so much. You kind of have to. I mean, it's one of those things that's like, now that once you know that it's there and once you've tried it and you figured out how to use it, that's when it's like, oh my gosh. You know, you just can't go back. Yeah, let's do something like this. There we go. That's better. That's better. And one of the tricky things about using curve brushes is that there will be some density issues. So like coming through here, it looks like we're not too bad. But sometimes you'll get like some strokes where it's like the spans are really far apart. Some of them are going to be really close together. So it's just a matter of kind of keeping an eye on it, I guess. Let's go ahead and pull back in here. Push that in. This got a little bit bent here at the end, so we're just gonna kind of pull it around. Make sure you let me know what you think of Krampus if you do watch it. It's a little like Gremlins, so not for the little ones. Yep. Yep, I'm already very. Well, I mean, I know who Krampus is, you know, and so it's like I know it's not for kids. But it's like it's funny because like I tried watching Spider-Man: Homecoming with the kids, and it's like. I was like, you know, that's a good superhero movie that I think I could watch with the kids. And it's like, nah, that wasn't the best choice. Oops. Chuta la cosa. Chuta la cuestión. That's coming along nicely. Let's get another strand or two kind of coming in back over here. Come bring it over here, something like that. Yeah, so like this is the sort of procedure I go about if I'm just doing a speed sculpt. If I'm doing something that's more more intended for show or finish, I'll do a lot of this sort of hair. Órale, ahí estamos. It's one of those things that I'll go through and I'll do a lot more of the actual strand hair versus sculpted hair. But I'll use sculpted hair as a base to be able to figure out forms, to be able to figure out main shapes, things like that. That's looking pretty good. I might leave it like that and then maybe do one in here. C'est trop gross. I really appreciate what they've done with Pretzel Rock. I'm not gonna lie, like when I first tried out Pretzel Rock, it was terrible. That's the site that I'm using for the music that's playing right now. But now that they've gone through and made some little changes, it's like it's pretty decent. Okay, I'm gonna call that good for the hair in the front. I mean, I still need to go through and kind of add some back here. And one of the things I like to keep in mind when I'm doing hair is to like layer it in. You know, don't feel like you have to do everything from the base point up here. If you layer it in, it allows you to get quite a bit of better detail and help it to feel a little bit more relatable. C'est trop gros. It was too big. I don't know. Trop grand. I don't know. My French is terrible. I'm still trying to figure it out. The other day, I was figuring out numbers, and oh my gosh, anything over 50, or I guess over 40 even. It's just like, holy crap. It's like they want you to do math. The French want to make sure that people are doing math, and so they made basic numbers that they made big. Oh, that was correct? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Still learning, trying to figure it out. But yeah, anything like 80. Sorry, I can't hear myself. 80 for like 80, which is like 420s. so it's kind of funny because like you think about in English, I've never heard a term like that except for in the Gettysburg Address, when Abraham Lincoln is like, 407 years ago. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. And then 90 or like 91. Let me see. It's 91. But then if you're saying 71, it's how did it go? Like saisons et onze. So it's like for 91, you're saying 420s and 11, and then for 71, you're saying 60 and 11, and it's just kind of interesting. It's like it doesn't make any sense to me. It's so hard. Poor little gringo that speaks Spanish and can't figure out French. My wife speaks French though, and she speaks Spanish. She's amazing. Thanks for stopping by, Alex. Have a good meal. Bon appetit. Yeah, I need to get on my Duolingo app a little later and get into my lesson, or else I'm gonna miss it today. Okay, it is now noon. I mean, I've already overgone my stream time a little bit, which thankfully they don't mind at all. I really like kind of just going when I'm in a groove. But yeah, I probably do need to go ahead and kind of high noon or low noon. Hello, noon. It's high noon. Or is it goodbye noon? Un poquito más chico. Yeah, it's just all a matter about getting like the different layers in here, and that helps. That's what helps really to kind of sell the feel of hair. I worked on this project recently that had to do with horses, which I can't talk about like directly because NDA. But one of the things that I got to play with the mane was the way that the hair kind of layered in. It's kind of too evenly spaced. Let's pull it over there. So yeah, you see how it's starting to feel very scraggly and very kind of more natural, and that's fun. That's great. So I'm going to go ahead. I gotta add in maybe a couple of different somethings. Let's grab this. I'm gonna say Control W, and then let's bring everything back. Grab this. I'm gonna hold Control and click and drag that just so I can duplicate that off. Kind of make my work a little bit easier. Je suis très chaud. Mais n'est pas important. So rendering, a lot of times if I'm just rendering out personal projects, I'll just use ZBrush. I really kind of like just the quick visualization I get out of it, and it's quick and easy to use. I'll get a render out of this before I quit the stream. Si la cosa me deja agarrar cabello. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna let's grab this. A ver. There we go. Control W. In fact, let's do this one too. There we go. So now I can go ahead and I can bring these two chunks of hair back. Same thing, just holding Control and click and drag. This way I don't have to worry about drawing in every strand of hair. Just kind of pull it in so that it fits more, feels more like it's coming from the roots. That's not French at all. It's just me being stupid. Me being a goofball. Okay. I'm gonna grab that, just kind of sculpt that down a little bit. It doesn't need to be as sculpted in here anymore. Oops. Something like that for right now. Kind of pull that out a little bit. Oh, pull that back in. Okay. Control Shift A, Control W. And we'll just kind of click and drag this up. And then we'll pull this one over. Let's use our move topological now. It's feeling a little bit too long. Here's what I'm going to do. Let's grab this. Just kind of scale it in some. Okay. I wish I had time to go into like the lower hair and the beard and everything, but I really need to kind of like get into rendering and getting off. Let's do the beard. I can't just leave that. That's too important. And this down here. So let's kind of pull in some of these. I'm just going to drag in like a bunch of strands. Pull this over. Oh, that got long, so I'm just going to grab it and then hold shift and that'll smooth it out some. New scientific invention called electro swing. Oh my goodness. I'm going to start going through and kind of, start tweaking this so that it feels a little bit more the way that I want. In fact, this strand in particular doesn't quite do what I want, so let's do this again. There we go. Like this is important because it's going to help us to get a better look for our render. And then one of the things that I need to do real quick too is kind of pull out some poly paint, because this thing's like, it's still default gray. I mean, we've gotten so far and it's still default gray. I keep default gray for a pretty extensive amount of time, so it's not like it's out of my norm to do this. But I definitely want to start adding color to this soon. By the way, we kind of wrap this, it'll kind of help to make it feel a little bit more complete. Let's do something like this. What GPU do I use? So like I have granted, I'm not super good with computer speak. My stats, I've got I just use a laptop. I have Asus Predator. doesn't have the actual brand on it. It just has the uh, yeah, it just has like the, I guess, the model on it, the Predator. But what it is it's got like a 1080p GTX GeForce NVIDIA graphics card. I've got 32 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, I mean, it works really pretty decently well. I mean, there are things about it that I don't like, and it goes pretty slow sometimes. But it's really not too bad. Probably complain about it more than I ought to. I find that, you know, a lot of people complain about a lot of things more than we ought to. Complaining is kind of like a poison. It makes life harder than it really is. Let's use that to kind of break that silhouette. A ver. Sometimes it's really hard to see what it is I'm trying to grab. It's a really short strand, but whatever. Oh. Yes, I mean, I think the thing that to me feels really most important about this particular project is I don't want to spend too much time on it because there are other things that I got to get done. But I want to get it done, you know. It's like it's always the really really hard thing about personal projects for me is that, especially when they're fun and different and, you know, breaking me out of my norm and things like that. It's hard for me to want to cut it short or to, you know? I'm sure you've experienced that too. So one of the things that I'm doing with my brush size is that it's like I have it on the move topological instead of just a regular move, but yeah. So instead of, you know, affecting like everything that's around this little piece right here, I can just come in here and just, you know, I can have my nice big brush, but affect just a small little area. I might not worry too much about this hair over here. Pull this out some. Anything that might be breaking the silhouette some, I want to kind of... Oops, not that one. Big one. Oh no. I don't want to break him through the other side there. Okay, let's throw on some poly paint. And let's throw on some chains too. just to be able to kind of put in some motivation for what's going in over here. I don't remember if I have a good chain brush that I have. Let me see. No, let's just yeah, I think I do. Load brush, ZBrush. Oh, in fact, before we do that, let's go ahead and hit save, because I'm very good at not saving. Anyone here good with AutoCAD? I'm not personally. It's something I want to learn. Different AutoCAD type programs. Before I left Disney, I was going to start learning Rhino and oh shoot, can't remember the name of the other one that they use. It's a really common one. Revit was the one that they use. And I had to learn how to take things out of Revit and put it into ZBrush. But I can't remember how to do that now. I mean, it's been several months. Okay. Okay, so trick of the day. One that I heard first from Michael Pavlovich. I'd had to ask him about it because a friend was having some issues. Oh, let's do the. I want to get some color in here. Let's get some color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that my opacity is all the way up. Looks like it is. I want to color pick from here. You have two different ways to be able to color pick from there. You usually just have to turn on my spotlight, and then I can hit C on any of these colors over here, and that gets me the the color from the image, and that's awesome. Okay. The other thing you can do is you can click and drag off of your color picker, and you see how it says pick. You see it's not doing anything. It's actually picking my background color until I come over here. But what I can do is if I'm clicking and dragging, if I hold Alt after I start clicking and dragging, that'll let me start to pick the stinking color. It's like, good night. So, I can get something like this. Let me get this hair filled in like this, and we'll say MRGB. I don't know. We might use different material actually. So let's go color, fill object. We'll go color, fill object, and then if we wanted to, we could even go a little bit darker on this. So if we can come over here and we can say, let's change this to color spray. We'll turn this to the color down to as low as we can get it, to 0.05. It's really tricky to get it, but it's once you get it, then you're good, right? Turn on alpha 8. Oops. Turn off ZAD, turn on RGB. Let's kind of turn on my symmetry for this so that I can get the both sides. Just kind of fill this in a little bit. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to click and drag, hold Alt. Let's get this lighter color. Yeah, it's not really quite the color I'm looking for. Let's change over to skin shade. I think this will let me kind of pick things a little bit better. Let's get it go a lot darker down here. Let's make it feel really, really grungy. Okay, now what we can do is, I mean, this is still like super, I don't know, it's not quite the right tone, and we can kind of like even out our transition a little bit by kind of color picking between the transition spots. Okay, kind of get a little bit more lightness kind of coming down in there. Okay, so here we can go through and do the same thing. We can just kind of like paint on, here, let's say color, fill object. Okay, so now that we have that, let's go ahead and say, let's grab. Okay, so then for the ends, let's go ahead and pick our really dark kind of tone color here. I'm just going to kind of fill this in a little bit. Just trying to make sure that I'm getting a good fill on the edges. Maybe give it a little spot right here or something. And I am keeping it symmetrical. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and in fact, maybe this is where we can go ahead and we can kind of break symmetry, and we'll just do this on each side. Just kind of fill it in a little bit, just so that it's not, just perfect cut and dry sort of look over here. Come over here. In fact, what we can do, I'm going to come over here. Let's change up the pattern just a little bit. Let's give them kind of a little bit of an extra spot right there. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're going to come over here, brush, not samples, auto masking, backface masking. In fact, let's give it a little bit more red, just to give it some color variation as we're coming in here to the inside of the ear. Let's go ahead. We'll use this as like a good base color for the tongue. So let's say color, fill object. Just kind of like paint over it a little bit. And then maybe what we can do is we'll come over here, we'll use masking, and we could use mask by cavity. Maybe mask by smoothness. Let's try mask by smoothness first. You see how that gets us our good little like our crevices and everything. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this more toward the orange. Actually, maybe even put it in a little bit of green, just to see kind of what that would look like. That's not what I'm looking for at all. Let's go back over here. Let's say hit C. Maybe get a little bit. Let's see. It's going to be a matter of kind of testing and playing and pushing and pulling to really get this to feel about right. But that's feeling much better. I'm liking that quite a bit, actually. Let's do that. Now the reason I'm still using that standard brush is because it's going to give me like some subtle color variation instead of being just a flat color. So it's really, really nice from that standpoint. Let's go ahead and add in some of this red to the inside of the mouth. And then we'll work on kind of truing up the edges here before too long. Okay. It's kind of cool getting like a little bit of that pink sort of bleeding out onto the lips. I don't quite like that. Let's say mask by smoothness. Maybe get a little bit of that in the crevices, but not everywhere. So that feels a little bit better. That way I'm getting some color variation that I'm kind of getting for free, you know? But I gotta be careful where and how much I add. Make sure I bring that back some. Let's give it a little bit darker of a color in here, more in the inside of the mouth. So that way it'll help when we render it out to give us kind of more of the feeling that we're looking for, you know? I'm going to put these to this color for now, because I kind of like how that looks. I like the way that that's standing out. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to let's take our dark color. I'm going to smooth these out, like actually smoothing them out, you know? And here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our brush. That's too much. Gotta give it a little bit of like just a gradient up here at the top. Give it some texture. And then we'll go ahead and we'll add like another layer closer to the gums where it's really, really kind of just grungy, you know? Just trying to make it feel like it's less clean. Let's go through in here and just kind of, I'm just playing really at this point. Trying to get this really grungy, sort of yuck. Go ahead and use my move brush and just kind of pull the gums down between these teeth. Really make it feel like the teeth are being, you know, like they're rooted. turn off symmetry and just kind of tweak it so that it feels like it's fitting in those spaces properly. Alright. Okay, so now that's looking pretty good. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do for these horns. I'm going to make them start. I'm going to start off with like really, really dark. And let's go into our standard brush again, and really kind of drive in. Just get a little bit of color variation here. Mask by smoothness. Just to kind of get a little bit of a variation here. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and grab a lighter color. Let's say peaks and valleys. It's not quite it. Let's get our boost our range just a little bit further. Okay, so this is going to help us get kind of these high points. Okay. I'm not liking that. I want to be more careful. Let's be more controlled with it, and we'll just put it in these spots where it's like the high points in these horns. Oops. Yeah. And one of the things that we can do, just make sure that my mask is hidden. One of the things that I can do is I can kind of pull this in here. But then if it's too much, if it feels like it's like there's too much contrast or something, I can actually go through and kind of flood it with like a subdued amount of a darker color, and kind of unify it a little bit as a whole. Turn off symmetry. Feels like there's enough here. In fact, let's do something like this. We'll just hit the whole thing with this lighter color and unify it lighter, because I think that lighter color is actually working pretty nicely for me. So let's do that. Okay, with the hair, let's go ahead and grab this darker color, and we'll start painting in this lower hair so that it blends in with the rest of the body here. Okay, let's get this. We'll just kind of grab these tips and make them so that they are more that blonde color, but then I want it to get darker as it gets down toward the tip. So I'm gonna kind of fill this in down here. gotta kind of play a little bit of a balance game. You see like it's going through and starting to affect some of the other strands over here in a weird way, so you just gotta kind of control that some. Okay, I don't like the shape that this is making, so what I'm going to do is mask this off. Oops. Mask this off. Oops. I'm just going to give it a little bit of a tweak. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. Let's take this and let's kind of spread them out just a little bit. Give him a bit more of a raised eyebrow on this side. Just to give him a bit more asymmetry, you know? Okay, let's go ahead and use this. I'm going to use the rotate, and I'm just going to kind of pull along here. Let's kind of pull up along there too. Transpose line is an awesome tool. Thanks, bud. How do you do the mask? Well, so you hold control and you can kind of click and drag out. I'm using a different kind of mask. So if you hold control, you come up to the little brush template up here. You have all the different kinds of masking you can use. I really like to use Mask Lasso and Mask Pen. Those are my two favorites. But there are times where I'll go through and I'll use like Mask Curve or Mask Perfect Circle. Yeah, I need to get the chains on there too. And then we'll go ahead and we'll render. So for the chains, there is a set of chains in here. So you just go into the brushes, you go into the 3D beta testers, and there's this this chain brush right here. I don't know if this is. It's not really quite the chain look that I want, and it's not even working quite right. So you can see like this is the way that this looks, and I don't like that. Let me go and look for my brush. I have a chain brush that I'd made. Should be this one. Yeah, there we go. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to... Oh, that's right, because this is the IMM. Okay, I get it. I get it. Load brush. Chains curve. There we go. So I'm just going to click and drag this along. Let's make it bigger, just so that it feels like it fits with the character. Essentially what this is... Oh, here, let's say stroke. I guess it is on snap. Let's change our subtool here. Essentially what this is doing is this is duplicating this mesh along the curve. It's so awesome. so I'm gonna, let me see, just for the sake of making sure that I have the resolution in the curve that I need, I'm going to build it out smoother, like thinner. Okay, something like that I think will probably work well for me. And I'm just going to move it. I'm just going to move it until it's in position where it feels like it's fitting the shapes that I need. Okay, this other side isn't going to matter a whole lot. But I do want to take this, we're going to duplicate it up. I'm only going to worry about the one side since that's all we're really going to be able to see when I render it out. This is a funny song. Poor guy. Let's go ahead and select that body. Just kind of push it in just a little bit. Let's do this. Come on, selected a brush. Okay. Okay, let's pull this up and in. See, maybe it's like pulled up really tight kind of in there. And then we'll hold control, click and drag that out. And we'll pull one out here too to kind of match our concept a little bit. Just kind of adjust kind of where it lines up so that it doesn't feel like it's the same thing, just duplicated. Or at least as much. Let's kind of split those out. Ooh, I'm getting like way too down to the wire with this. It's like Daisuke needs to get in here too. I love his shaggy hair. Hey, Ashley. Yeah, this is probably going to be about as far as I can get my my piece. I gotta get this rendered out so that he's done. I'll probably go ahead and put this up on my Patreon in case anybody wants to be able to. It'll be this month's downloads. Oh, where did those chains go? Rename chains, and we'll put them all the way down at the end. Let's take this, put on Z metal. I'm just gonna turn off color, say mRGB color, fill object. Okay. I might use this same material for the Ooh, the teeth, the tongue. Yeah, that'll be good. Maybe not the tongue, but the teeth. Let's go ahead. Material, color, fill object. And then for this, let's try... Maybe. Reflected plastic. Where's soft plastic? Let's try that. Nah, that's not working for me, I don't think. Let's try the reflected plastic. If we don't like it, at least we can change it, right? So let's go over here, skin shade for everything else. Okay. So now we got our kind of our angle. Let's go ahead and adjust our document. Whew. Yeah, I am treating it like a sculpt off. It's just kind of like trying to get it so that it's done and so that it's because like I super enjoy working on things like this, but at the same time, it's like I want to get it out of the way, you know. Let's kind of bring this down or something. It's always a sculpt off for me. Anyway, let's go ahead, document. I want to get my, turn off proportion constraints. I'm going to go 2200, 2200, resize. It's undoable. You want to do it? Yes. Control N, drag it out. Okay, and now we can kind of go in and look for our angle. Now, compositionally, this isn't working for me. Let's move elastic. Let's grab that one. I don't ever use this brush, but this might be a good time to actually use it. Because it's not going to... There we go. There we go. That's a lot better. Naughty would be scared out of me real fast as a kid singing this boy. Well, did you ever see that stream that I did with Anna and Pablo, where it's like Anna had her goat that Pablo went through and started kind of playing with, and then I took it and made it like really zany and kind of creepy. But then Anna took it and it became like this really just super bizarre, like it's crazy. I don't know. I don't even know. Okay, so here is just gonna kind of put that as far as I can take it at least. Okay, I'm gonna bookmark this. Let's go ahead and put it over here. Okay, movie, save timeline, Krampus views. I'm gonna say Krampus views 2. Okay. Now let's go ahead. Let's start playing with the lighting. Okay, that's pretty cool. Just getting like a simple straight down lighting for right now. Let's take the ambient lighting. Yeah, let's take it up to like 5 or something. Maybe not. 2 or 3. Let's just leave it kind of default. But then one of the things I want to do is play with the distance, because this is going to allow me to get kind of a cooler spotlight sound, or spotlight sort of look. So I've got that. I'm going to come over here. Let's say, not movie. Let's dock this over to the side so we can actually see it. Don't need that open. Okay, so we've got that going. That's great. Let's actually warm up this light just a little bit. I don't want it to be orange, but I do want it to be a little bit warmer. Okay. Your favorite sound is the pin light in blue. I loved that with your one stream where you're going through and talking about like sounds or flavors or whatever. It was fun. Okay. Just making fun of me. Yeah, I'm pretty easy to make fun of that way. Let's go over here, render. Let's pull this open. We'll say BPR shadow. We'll take the rays and turn that up to, let's put it to like 65. 65 and 80 today. The resolution, I'm going to take that down to 750. Let's chest this out. He doesn't even have a chest. He's just a floating head. There we go. That's looking pretty sick. I'm digging that. Okay. So we've got this going on. Okay, so what I can do underneath the render, we have our render pass, and I'm going to save out all these little renders right here. Okay, you notice it's putting it on a black background. That's totally fine. I didn't get to go ahead and do things like, you know, detailing the teeth or things like that. Whatever, it's not a big deal. Let's turn off local symmetry. Let's lock our camera just to make sure that we are getting what we need out of that. Let's go ahead and change our light. I guess we have the light over here. I'm going to change this to, let's change it to something a little bit different, but I'm going to have it coming from underneath. Maybe. Let's take our ambient light all the way down. That could be cool. Yeah, let's render that out. See how this looks. What I like to do is I like to try to get kind of like these rim lights out of ZBrush, and then I composite it over in Photoshop. Let's go ahead. Let's save that. I mean, it might be worth something. Rim A1. In fact, what we can do is we can kind of boost our intensity. Hit render again. And decide if we like this better or not. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be better for us. Okay, so A1, we'll replace that. Now I want some barbecue. A1 sauce, you know. You ever try that? It's good stuff. All right, so we've got this going on. Let's bring it over here to this side. But instead of being like red, let's maybe make it like a little bit more, I don't know, maybe. Let's try it again. Let's go back to the kind of the more red sort of color. We'll render this out. If we decide we don't like it, we can go ahead and we can kind of modify it inside of Photoshop. Just got to make sure that I'm not like gonna cut into Daisuke's time. Calendar. $130. Okay. So I'm still kind of in safe zone, but I don't want to go really any longer than, say, rim B. Okay, go Photoshop, go. Okay, I need to seriously like take maybe 5 minutes. And if I can't finish this in 5 minutes, then I'm toast. You know, I'll I'll finish it off the stream, and then I'll put it on Instagram. You guys can go check it out there. 5-minute power comping. Yeah, for sure. Oh, man. Boom, boom, you know. Power comp it. And it takes 5 minutes for Photoshop to open. Who'd have thought? I think I need to uninstall Photoshop and reinstall it. Probably not right now, but it's really irritating to me how long this is taking to open. Krampus. Okay, let's go. We'll grab BPR render. Okay, and then here's the way that I go through and do this. I'll grab all my different little renders, even the one that I've already dragged on there. And we'll just click and drag that on. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say Control G. Come on, Photoshop. It's so irritating to me how this is like Control Shift C. Alt click, Control Shift V. Turn this off. And if I wanted to, I can go ahead and I can use, I can fill in the background. Now we're good there. These other things, I can just come over here and I can say, with these layers, we're going to turn these to lighten. Okay, so now we're getting this kind of like really cool, this really cool kind of rim lighting on him. This is obviously very much not the right background, but we'll figure it out at some point. Let's do something a little bit darker. If we wanted to, I could also take this. Yeah, depth can do some pretty cool things. I've never been able to get it to really be able to work. Turn that to screen. And if I wanted to, I could take that to screen and then add a layer mask, let's get black and white in here. Oops, let's invert that. So that way it's getting kind of that extra little bit of a punch there in the upper area to help us increase our focal point around that area. Okay. In fact, maybe what we can do, let's grab our soft round, boost that size up like nobody's business. We'll just kind of lessen our that effect over here on this backside here, so it really kind of brings this up into this area here. Do some of that over here as well. Let's see, rim A, just to make sure that I'm kind of controlling where these lights are at. I don't want it to hit anywhere where I feel like I would be getting cast shadow. So maybe I'll leave it there. Let's kind of pull it out from over here. Make sure we're not getting it any over here, over here. This song is so weird. But whatever. Something like that. And so we'll do the same thing over here for this. And that we'll go ahead and we'll try to think about like anywhere that we might be getting cast shadows. We don't want the light to be showing up. Okay. And then right here we'll just take this, take our soft brush, and we'll just kind of soften this out. one of the other things that you could do is that you can come in here, make a new layer, call it paint over. I'm already past my 5 minutes time. Just grab like a nice little painterly brush and just kind of like pull out some of these other details. Like, pero manito. Something like that. And we can just add like a multiply layer in here. I'm gonna zoom out pretty far. And then here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna fill this layer if it lets me. Good grief. Fill that layer. Nope, come on. Good grief. Photoshop is doing some crazy things for me today. And then right here, with this selected, we can just go ahead and kind of punch out this the character quite heavily, and you know, so that really kind of brings the character out. Let's see, we can come over here. Let's grab the depth, and I'm going to turn on multiply. But then again, I'm going to go ahead and take the mask. Let's see, kind of get rid of some of that depth mask in some of these areas through here in the face. There we go. That's a cool song. I like this. No, it's totally cool. I do backseat driving all the time. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll try it just to be able to. Let's see, delete the layer mask, change this to normal, and then we'll say, let's turn it off, Control All. Let's go ahead and bring this up to the top. Say Control A, Control Shift C. We'll come over here, we'll add in a layer mask. Go into the layer mask, Control Shift V to make sure the depth is there. Okay. And now what we can do is we can come over to the layer, filter, blur gallery, and we can go lens blur. There it is. It's like it's around somewhere. I swear it is. There we go. So there's kind of our look there. So what I can do, I have this so I can set the focal point, and now it's gone in and it's selected that point in the composition. Say disable layer mask, and there we go. There's our final composition. So yeah, it's fun, and sometimes it works really nicely, sometimes it doesn't, and what you want to do is you want to control the amount of blur to make it really pop nicely. But yeah, that's my Krampus contribution to the stream team group this month. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. I had a ton of fun. I'm going to turn off that music because it's a lot of music. Let's see. We can close that. Cállate. All right. Yeah. So anyway, that's it for today. And thanks for tuning in and coming and having fun. Yeah. Let's see. Can't see myself now. Not that it matters. I mean, it's like we're saying goodbye anyway. So, you know, thanks for dropping in, having fun. Yeah, I hope you guys learned something. And big thanks to my friend Ashley for stopping in. It's always nice to have her around. And yeah, whatever you do, don't run into this guy. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Gracias, Saitre. I'll see you guys.